Thank you. Have a seat. The record reflects that our jurors are back from lunch. Hope you all had a pleasant lunch. And now we'll do cross-examination. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Just briefly, we watched the video, so I'm not gonna go through it and rehash it. But you would agree that at that moment you were pretty confident that you had your guy on this, right? I mean, you were pretty confident Sean was guilty, right?
Very much so.
Okay. And throughout the interview, he maintained that he told you some things for sure, but he maintained that he didn't kill the girl and that he didn't physically harm the girl, correct?
I can't say that. I think he tried to maintain that he didn't kill her, but I don't think he maintained that he didn't physically harm her, because he did put the chain around her neck and he did tie her up, and it was strings from his house. So right. I can't say that he did not harm her. Okay.
But what I'm saying, I guess, is in his response to your questions, he kept saying, I didn't do it and I was scared and I didn't know what to do, right? I mean, that was kind of his response to most of your questions.
He responded that way to many of the questions.
Okay. That's it, Judge. I think that's all.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, sir, you step down. Free to stand at court, free to go.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Am I excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
And who's your next witness?
State rest, Your Honor.
All right. So let's talk about what happens next. The state's arrested. Now it's the opportunity for the defense to put on any proof if they want to. They don't have to put on any proof. So that's the way that operates. It's not bad news. Maybe they can take you to a more comfortable place, because I think it's hot in that room. But I've got about 15, 20 minutes of stuff I have to do with lawyers after the plaintiff arrest and before the defendant makes a decision about any kind of defense. So I'm going, when one of the deputies comes walking through the door, I'm going to ask y'all to go back somewhere nice for about 20 minutes, maybe 25. Oh, there you are. Sorry, I didn't see you back there. Then I'll bring you back in here in about 25 minutes. But I have to do that legally to go through the proper steps I have to go through. Okay? Everybody, so nobody's mad at me for bringing you in there for a few minutes. Okay, that's great. Everybody rise, please.
All rise. Jury call, please.
Thank y'all very much. Thank you. Have a seat, please. And any motions by the defense?
Yes, sir. We make a motion pursuant to Rule 29, Judge, for directed verdict. Viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, we believe that a reasonable juror could not find it beyond a reasonable doubt that Sean Finnegan is guilty of the first-degree murder counts, or of the kidnapping counts, or of the rape counts. I think there's probably enough evidence for the last two counts. I can't think of what they're called right now, but there's the evidence counts and the what's the other one?
Abuse of the corpse.
Yeah, abuse of the corpse. I don't know that I have an argument as far as for this point for Rule 22. But when we look at the evidence that has come in, and it's just the state evidence at this point, most of the fact scenario comes from their witness, Rebecca Dishman. Most of the facts about what happened leading up to that August 8th finding of the body is still, I think, a mystery. I'm not sure that their timeline, they tried to establish a timeline around Christmas, but I'm not certain that they did. And the indictment has the date range on those top counts ending in December 31st, 2019. The state, and beginning sometime in November, I think, is about a month date range in there, or maybe 2 months. But it ends December 31st, 2019. And the evidence that's been introduced in order to develop that time frame is based on the delivery of the freezer. is from what I can tell, which was the 28th of December. The other evidence that they tried to use to establish that timeline was the testimony of one of the neighbors that heard some noise around Christmas. And I think that's it. I think that might be the only way the timeline is established at all, as far as when these events actually took place. And so based on the evidence that they've introduced, if the freezer was delivered, and Rebecca Dishman testified that the freezer was there before Jennifer Paxton got there.
That's not an
That's
accurate
a-
statement.
That
of
is-
testimony.
That's okay.
Okay.
His motion, go ahead.
She testified, in my notes, she testified that the freezer was there before they got there, was there first. So if the freezer was there first and it was delivered December 28th, and Sean was at work, then he couldn't have possibly been home until the morning of 29th, which would have been the day that possibly he came home with Jennifer Paxton. But that's as close as they get to establishing that it was in December at all. Because the testimony about hearing noises, which included a lot of details that weren't in her original statement, but I understand that that's not arguable at this point. But her testimony was that the reason why she heard those noises, like a fight moving from room to room, was because her Christmas tree was up. And her testimony was that she kept her Christmas tree up until mid-January to the end of January. So as far as I can tell, their timeline is actually December 29th to mid-January to end of January is when this possibly happened. And if they have not proven beyond a reasonable doubt, or I don't believe that any reasonable juror could take that they've proven beyond a reasonable doubt that it took place before December 31st. And so from that perspective, my argument is that that has to be reasonable doubt because it's outside of the range of dates that they chose. And they could have amended the indictment, but they didn't. And so there's just not proof beyond a reasonable doubt of when this took place. It could have taken place any time during that period, and it's still only based on a freezer delivery, which is, it's not clear whether it was there before, how long it was there, or if it was there after. It's just not clear. We've heard both things. And then the only other thing that ties us to the time, like I said, is the neighbor, and her testimony is sketchy at best. I mean, as far as her timeline, it's just based on her tree being up. So that gives us a 2-week to 4-week span of time, and that's after Christmas. That's after New Year's. The other testimony is from the person that worked with Sean, who said he would have been working every single night that week. So for him to be able to accomplish this, or any of these acts, or for any of these acts to even take place during that time period, I think the state would have to show more to prove to a reasonable juror beyond a reasonable doubt that they've proven those acts happened in the space of time that they've alleged, or that Sean Finnegan is responsible for those acts outside of the ones that he admitted to, which I understand could be reasonably inferred maybe on the kidnapping or whatever, but on the premeditated first-degree murder, I don't think they get there at all. And on the others, I'll stick with my argument. I don't think it gets there.
All right, thanks, sir. For the state?
Yes, Your Honor, we believe that the evidence taken in the light most favorable to the state, that each of these counts is clearly supported by the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, so certainly enough to give it to the jury for them to make a decision as to the dates that are alleged in each count of the indictment. As long as there is proof that it was within that time frame, and there is, then that is sufficient to give it to the jury. They don't have to find there were acts of this going on every single day during that time period, but just that these events happened sometime before the finding of the indictment and within this time period. We have Ms. Dishman saying that the freezer was delivered before Ms. Paxton was dead. We have the dates that the freezer was delivered. We have Ms. Norwood Coons saying that these events happened when she had her Christmas tree up, which is something that they can infer Christmas time with in conjunction with the other facts. And finally, Mr. Finnegan says in his interview, this all happened in December. And so certainly that is sufficient for us to make those arguments to the jury that this is proved beyond a reasonable doubt that these events happened within the time frame that is alleged by the state. And of course, we believe that as to the tampering and abuse of corpus counts and conspiracy counts, that the evidence is sufficient to send all of these counts to the jury judge, and we'd ask that you deny the Rule 29.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to add something else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to deny your motion, considering, looking at the state's case in its best light, I'm going to deny the motion at this time. So, a couple things, if y'all are ready to do it. I've given you the document for the fine issue, and I've given you the document for the Moman hearing.
Judge, briefly.
Sure.
This had a 3-hole punch. Are you okay with us just filling in the blank on this?
I had extras.
Is that
So,
okay
yes.
for us just to submit that?
It is.
Okay, we weren't sure if you wanted to, so I'll go ahead and scribble that out.
Okay.
And I've already done the waiver.
Okay.
For the fines.
And this is the waiver for the fines.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
And we've discussed.
And I'll make that an exhibit, and that will not go back with the jury. If you mark it as. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Please, sir. You'll raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You can have a seat. If you'll say your first name and last name and spell them both for me.
Sean, S-E-A-N, Finnegan, F-I-N-N-E-G-A-N.
Okay, and who's going to ask?
Yes, sir. Sean, so we've spoken about your right to testify, correct?
Yes,
And you understand that you have an absolute right to remain silent.
yes, I do.
And you also have a right to testify on your own behalf if you should choose to.
Yes,
And we've discussed the benefits and the negatives to both options.
yes, we
correct?
have.
And I've given you my advice of what I think you should do, is that
Yes,
right?
we have.
And I've also told you that you understand that I can't make that decision for you, only you can make that decision.
Yes.
Right? And so, with regards to the decision of whether or not you want to testify or not testify today, what is your decision?
I wish not to testify.
Okay. And sir, I have in front of me my waiver that I think you reviewed it with your attorney, is that correct?
Yes,
You can read and write?
yes,
And did he go over each one of these sentences
yes,
with
he
you?
did.
And explain them to you?
Yes, he did.
And basically, no matter what your attorney say, it's your decision about whether you want to testify or not. You
I know
understand
that.
that? And based upon this, it says you're waiving your right to testify.
Yes,
And then I think you signed that for me as well.
yes, I did.
And do you have any questions about that?
No, I don't.
Okay. Just mark that the next number exhibit, and that will not go back either.
So 56.
56.
He might not say his question if he's not making his decision based on me.
Thank you. Hey, Mr. Finnegan, nobody's forcing you to make this decision. You're doing it freely and voluntarily.
Voluntarily, my decision.
Very good, thanks, sir. So, I think the next thing that we'll, let me kind of tell you what, y'all have other witnesses y'all plan to call?
One.
Okay, so we'll call that witness, and then what we'll do is, when we get done with that witness, we'll go into closing arguments. I may take if y'all want me to take a 5 or 10 minute break, just tell me before we do that. Don't do closing arguments. State goes, then defense, then state. My plan after that is to stop for the day and then come back and charge the jury in the morning. Then I'll pick the alternates and then let them deliberate on this first part of the trial tomorrow, if that's satisfactory with y'all. Is that okay? Okay, so we'll say I told them 20 minutes, so I'll see y'all back in here in 10 minutes. Okay? Okay, thank you. Don't wait for me. Thank you. Have a seat, please. I think the state is rested. Now the defense. Do you have a witness you'd like to call?
Yes, sir. We'd like to call back to the stand Investigator John Hannon.
Okay, sir, if you'll step back up here, please. You'll raise your right hand, sir. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. If you have a seat. If you'll tell me your first name and last name again and spell them both.
Yes, sir. John Hannon, John Hannon.
And questions.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Last time you testified, we didn't get into this a little bit, but you mentioned, I think we talked about there were dogs at the scene when you were at the scene. Did we talk about that?
I do recall. Yes.
Did you recall dogs at the scene?
No.
You did not, okay. But there were dogs that lived there?
There were no dogs at the scene when we were there.
When you showed up, that no one took the dogs?
When I arrived,
Oh,
I did
okay.
not see a dog.
Okay, but you're aware that whenever they went to the house, there were dogs at the house?
I think that was a precaution that the SWAT team and the Oak Ridge Police Department had taken.
Okay.
But I don't recall seeing any dogs there.
Okay, and that was before you, so they would have been out before you got there?
Correct.
Okay, I got you. And you're the lead investigator, correct?
Yes, sir. And
so as part of your investigation, you review everything?
Yes,
pretty
sir.
much, right? Did you review the mail letters that were sent from Mr. Finnegan or from Ms. Dishman?
Yes, I
jail
did
letters?
review some letters. Yes, sir.
And was Ms. Dishman writing to anyone else besides Mr. Finnegan?
Object to relevance.
Your objection, for what purpose? What's the base for your objection?
Relevance.
Subject to connection, Judge? It is relevant. I mean, the relevance is another
I
relationship.
hate to make you get up and leave again. I need you to get up and leave again. So I'll bring you back in about 5 minutes. All rise. Sorry for the inconvenience. Thank you. Have a seat. You can re-ask your question. You can answer it, then you can object.
My question was whether Rebecca Dishman was writing to anyone else besides Sean Finnegan in jail.
Yes.
And who was she writing to, do you know?
She had I believe, male inmate somewhere she had wrote to, or had
Okay.
wrote to her.
Okay. And do you remember reviewing letters written to a Ramses Romero?
Yes.
Okay. And so, Judge, I want to introduce these letters is the purpose of this. And so these are
letters that she wrote?
These are letters that she wrote to someone else besides Sean Finnegan that has very similar language. And the state has made an issue of her using of the language like baby girl and daddy and those type of things.
So have you seen these letters?
We have seen those letters, Judge, but again, this is trying to get into some ancillary thing and not the facts of this case. They're trying to say this is character evidence. This is what she does. We just don't think it's appropriate at this juncture.
She sends letters with the drawings. There's 2 of them. She's what?
Submissive
Oh, no, it's the language that she uses.
of submission.
It's not of submission. She uses other language you guys are trying to point to.
Yeah, if y'all hold off a second, that'd help me
Okay, so
focus on this. Are these not the same letter?
Not, they're written, they're almost identical in the way she writes them, but they're not the same. If you look at the lines, it's like she took the same letter and wrote it and then changed some of the wording.
Okay.
But the point of it is the language that they're using, the letters are written to a person named Ramses. And the
Right.
state's evidence is that she went over to Mahogany's house to text with Ramses secretly
Right.
while Sean was under control, was controlling her. And they're using the language like daddy and little girl and that kind of thing.
I don't see daddy and little girl.
Look at the picture she drew, Judge.
And it says little girl or daddy on it.
Oh, not that picture, I'm
Okay.
sorry. But that was with that letter,
Right.
and it goes to her state of mind. But
Daddy's
Daddy's little monster, and then there's
Yep.
little evil something or another in there. And the whole issue of this case is the power dynamic, Judge, and so this counters, this is to rebut that.
Okay. I'm going to disallow it. I think it's Rule 403. It's misleading and confusing, and well, I certainly appreciate the position that you allege. I don't think it's supported by these letters, but I'll go ahead and mark this so the appellate courts can review it. I'll mark this as, do I have identification? What number am I? Probably 3 or 4.
The next ID number is 14.
14, okay. We'll put identification 14, or maybe let's make it proof of order. Let's see, is it proof of fact? What's the terminology I use? Offer of proof. Thank you. Sorry, long day. Offer of proof, number 1.
So before they come back in, are you going to allow me to question him a little bit about other relationships?
Not about this one. Do you have another one you want to ask about?
No, he already, not unless it's about writing letters to someone in a correction facility, but you're not going to let me ask about Ramses? Okay.
Well, let's see. You want to ask him if she wrote? I think you already asked that.
I
Did you
don't
write-
know if the
did you
jury was
write?
in here,
And
but
he said yes. She wrote Ramsey. I think.
she wrote Ramses, yes.
Right. I don't know what else you could ask him.
Well, that's fine. I didn't know if I asked that question in front of the jury or not.
I did. I think you did.
Did I?
Did he ask you? If this
I don't think I did.
Your Honor, I don't think that question came out. I think he just asked about if he had reviewed the letters, and we objected to see what,
Right, I asked
You
who,
objected to what were in the letters.
yeah, so
So you
I think
didn't-
he got as far as, she wrote letters to other people,
Okay.
and we stopped.
Right.
So is it do you have an objection if he goes, who did she write letters to, and he goes, Ramsey?
He could say to his knowledge who he's aware of. I mean, I'm
that
sure
right?
he's aware, wrote letters to lots of people.
Well, I know, but you know she wrote Ramsey.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you said he was in prison?
No, he
No.
was not.
Yeah, he's not. It says he's not.
what?
Okay.
Who is Ramses? Do you know?
Ramses Lopez, a former boyfriend of hers.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll let you ask if she wrote Ramsey, and who is she? She's a former boyfriend.
That's all I want, Judge.
Okay?
No objection to that.
Okay, can I bring the jury back in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
All rise.
While they're coming in, how long a break do y'all want before we do closing arguments?
10 minutes, 15.
How long?
I just need enough time to do the chalkboard.
Okay. Take have a seat. And counsel, I think got a couple more questions.
Ready, Judge? Okay, so I asked you if you knew if Rebecca Dishman wrote letters to anyone else and from the jail.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did she write letters to someone named Ramses?
She did.
And do you know who Ramses is?
Yes.
Who is he?
He's a former friend of Rebecca, somebody she described as a boyfriend.
Okay. And then earlier, I think this is an exhibit, but I've marked it up, but does that look like an exhibit that you created, your timeline?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do we know what exhibit number that is?
If I can look.
Are you looking to,
I'm looking.
I just, for the record, want to name it, but
so you don't have to look at it?
I don't have to look at it. I just want to make sure that it's clear what I'm looking at. 39, okay, so that would be Exhibit 39, your TBA case timeline, correct?
Yes, sir.
And whenever you're making your timeline, you have these little dots down here that says homicide occurs, ? Right? And that's because you're still trying to figure it out, right? When
Can I
it
see what you're
happened,
referring to?
when the homicide occurred?
I said, can I see what you're
Oh,
referring
yeah, I'm
to?
sorry. Can I approach you?
Sure.
I'm sorry, I wrote all over it too, but it just refers to your dots.
Oh, yes, I see what you're saying now.
And there are a couple of spaces where you put those dots to kind of indicate where you think the homicide might have occurred. Is that proper? Is that correct?
Yeah, that's accurate.
Okay. I'll take that back. And on this timeline, you have it as, or do you remember what dates you have it on the timeline?
There's no date listed of when the homicide occurs, but I put it in there in that December time frame.
At the end of December, sort of in that end of December timeframe. So you've got it right now, I think, between the 27th and the 28th, or between the 28th, and then it goes on into February, I think. So,
Correct.
does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's all, Judge.
Any questions?
They are.
Thanks, sir. Step back.
Thank you.
Next.
It's rested.
All right, so the defense is rested, so let me tell you what our plan is. So what we're going to do is, in just a minute, we're going to take a 10-minute break. That's just so the attorneys can get ready, and they're going to make what's called closing arguments. Remember, their statements are not evidence. Their closing arguments are just to help you focus in on what they think are important parts of the trial. No need to take notes during closing arguments because they're not evidence, so we won't do that. So the way that it works here is the state goes first, then the defense, then the state. The reason for that is the state has the burden of proving guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's the reason it goes that way. I really don't know how long closing arguments will go, but we'll just listen. If we go too long and I think y'all need a break, or if somebody needs a break in closing arguments, just raise your hand and we'll take a break. So once we get done with that, then the next thing we'll do is we'll stop for today. And so once we stop for today, it's really important, I've told you all this before, not to discuss the case with anybody until we've got everything. And just because we've stopped hearing facts, I've not given you the law yet, so you don't have the full picture. And so it's so important that you not talk to your new friends about this case or what the evidence has been. We can only do that when we deliberate. And so the plan is this. We'll go ahead and hear closing arguments. I'll go ahead and let y'all go home for the evening. Tomorrow morning at 9, we'll come back in and I'll give you my jury charge. And it's a lot. It's like 100 pages long, and by law, I have to read it to you. But each of you will have a copy of it, and when you go back and deliberate, you'll have a copy of it. So you can refer back to it and see what the law is. If you have questions about what I said the law was. And then after the jury charge, after I finish that, then what I'll do is I'll draw 4 names out of this cup, or 4 numbers. I don't have your names. 4 numbers, and say which jurors will be listed as our alternates. Now this is a little bit different. Our 4 alternates will not, most of the time in trials, the 4 alternates just go home. They're not going home. They're going to stay here until we get through with this thing, no matter how it goes. So I'll excuse the 4 alternates. They'll go into another room somewhere in this building with an officer. They can't talk about the case. They can't deliberate. In fact, I've asked the clerk tomorrow when y'all come back on the bus for each of you to bring a book that you like to read in case you're the alternate or one of the alternates, so you can have something to do while the jury's while the 12 people are deliberating. The reason I'm doing that is, let's say that we start deliberations and one of our 12 gets sick or something like that. I can
go through a process to put one of the alternates on that jury. So that way I don't do it again. So that's the reason for that. So, and they'll tell you to leave your books in the van. And so if you're an alternate, they'll make accommodations to get your book for you and do that. So then after that, and then depending on your verdict tomorrow, then we decide, what happens next. But that's kind of the plan for that. So I want to tell you, before we get to close our arguments, before we take a short break, so that Trish can get organized for this. Y'all have really done a good job. I watched you take notes in this. You made it through everything. And so I really appreciate y'all's concentration on this, because sometimes I know it's hard, but I really, really appreciate it. So we'll take about a 10-minute break. You can leave your notes there. You want to take notes anymore, our note-taking days are over. We'll take a 10-minute break. When we come back in, we'll get to hear from these lawyers make their closed arguments. And to be honest, these lawyers, both sides have done a really good job. We've moved through this with a lot of evidence, and that's because they're very good lawyers, and they've done a good job presenting their evidence. So I appreciate that on both sides. So, anybody got any questions? Everybody know our plan? Okay, I'll bring it back in 10 minutes. Thank you. See y'all in 10 minutes? 10 minutes? Glover v. Smith. And in that case, I had dismissed the tampering charge. I think it was tampering, something like that. Because the way I read the statute, in the statute it'd say pending. Well, it goes up to the Tennessee Supreme Court, and the Tennessee Supreme Court looks at the language from I think the original Texas statute that was adopted, and basically said that pending meant impending, which I don't know, as a trial judge, I would possibly know that, but that's what they said. So now it's impending, so that would make it okay. That doesn't affect our tampering charge. So, bless the Supreme Court. All right, can I bring our jury in? Everybody ready? Okay, everybody rise, please. Thank you. Have a seat, please. And closing argument by the state of Tennessee.
John Finnegan is now guilty of every charge in this indictment. And I told you at the beginning of this process, when he was not guilty, that I'd be saying something opposite when I got back up here. And here we are. The state's now met its burden of proof. We've called our witnesses. We've entered the items that are necessary in the evidence to give you everything you need to convict this man. He's been stripped. And now you can see him for who he is. And the way you are going to do that is by being stone cold observers of the facts and the law in this case, like your oath requires you to do. And to do that, it's all common sense. And when you think about what this case is about and what the common sense, when you look at it, you take the approach of looking at it and the bigger picture of what was actually going on here. And what was going on here? An objective look at the facts, the bigger picture of what happened here. This guy was caught red-handed. Red-handed. You probably don't think about that phrase, but it comes from like 15th century. Red-handed meant that the person's hand actually was full of blood. And it was red, because they just committed the homicide. He was caught red-handed with a woman's body that this had been done to. This woman had been defiled, beaten, stabbed, raped, and choked. And he slept 8 feet from her for 8 months. And you think about common sense and thinking about it objectively. That's what you have here. Nothing, when you use common sense and disintegrate it down to its very core, nothing screams more than what this really is. This woman in his freezer was his trophy. That's what she was. That's why they kept her as a trophy and remembrance of what they did. And think about how you observed her body when she was discovered, stripped of her breasts exposed, her breast cut, her nose cut off, defiled. Why? Why else would her shroud be opened if he wasn't doing exactly what Rebecca Dishman told you he was doing? He's going in there and masturbating on a regular basis to Jennifer Paxton as she was in the fetal position, frozen solid, 8 feet from where he slept. And I would ask you to use that common sense in coming in and rendering a verdict in this case. And I want to talk to you a little bit about what the judge's instructions will be, and it'll be about the state's proof and you know, the witnesses that we called, and you're going to be instructed about dealing with people and how you listen to witnesses and take the proof in, but it's essentially the same way you do in real life. I mean, it's just how you interpret people that you meet. You know, you think about their character and the motive to lie to you and things like that. And you heard from a lot of witnesses in this case. And I want to review those with you and talk about the takeaways that you get from the people in this case and why they're important to your verdict in the case. And I guess the first one I'll talk about, obviously, is 911, Matt Johnston. The state's first witness was the 911 recording. You heard Colt Pico calling the police because the defendant had come in on 2 wheels, according to Colt, on 2 wheels. Where's my woman? Gonna fight him, gonna kill him, right? And what's the takeaway from that? Colt Pico came in here and you observed him, you saw him. Colt Pico doesn't want nothing to do with anybody. He just wants to go home and be ticked off at people or something. You could tell his persona, the kind of person he is. You've met Colt Picos before in your life, and you've met the couple dynamic between Colt Pico and Mahogany Pico, and we'll talk a little more about that. Mahogany, the social butterfly, Colt, we're going along for the ride, right? But Colt Pico is not the person that's going to stick his neck out on the line. I'm from Chicago. I stick to my business. I don't want to get involved in this. But he also understood that something was going on. And when we started this trial, one of the questions was, would you understand if my client didn't testify? And I'm not speaking at all about his right to not testify. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, he said to you, what are the reasons why somebody wouldn't want to testify? They wouldn't want to testify, and the answers were, I don't like public speaking, I might get nervous, all of the things that would accompany going on the stand and the reasons why a person wouldn't want to take the stand. Well, the state had to do that in every single witness we put on. Every single one. Colt Pico, Mahogany Pico. Did they want to be here? Would they be afraid of public speaking? Would they be afraid of cross-examination? Of course. So that same concept applies to every witness in the burden of proof. And I say that because I want you to focus on something that's not just the words that came through the witnesses. I want you to think about the actions as a result of those words. Meaning, you have Colt Pico and Mahogany Pico. And you've met them and you kind of got a flavor for them, but it was isolated in the terms of a testimony in a courtroom. But you can look and think about your common experience and your common sense and judge it objectively about their actions and what they did out in August of 2020 with regard to their intervention in this man's life. And I want you to think about this. Colt and Mahogany Pico are the 2 people that you heard from through the entire trial who know him the best and who know Rebecca Dishman the best, his co-defendant. Mahogany Pico spent many, many times over there smoking weed, enjoying conversation, knowing the people, interacting with the people. She knew Rebecca, she knew the defendant, Mr. Finnegan. And think about this action that they took and how this amplifies the conclusion you can draw common sense-wise. Colt and Mahogany Pico, knowing him, friends with him first, Rebecca comes along, that relationship develops, and think about the time span from the beginning of the relationship until the moment of August 5th of 2020. Think about the span of how things changed over that time to the point where Mahogany Pico felt that Rebecca Dishman's life was in danger, so much so that she was going to go to a neighbor's house, load their clothes in garbage bags, and help them get out of Dodge. Think about that. The testimony you heard from the stand from both Mahogany and Colt, think about that as being a neighbor and going over and intervening into a domestic situation. What was Colt and Mahogany, what do they know? You heard the words on the stand, but the actions are one of drastic measure. And what can you conclude from that? That this guy was violent. That they knew that something's going to go down and Rebecca's going to get hurt. Colt Pico and Mahogany Pico gave that to you. In their actions, they knew that he was the one that was the cause of danger there, not Rebecca. They were packing her up under cover of darkness, so to speak. They waited until he went to work. And so think about those actions and the dynamic in this relationship between this man and Rebecca Dishman, and you see that Colt and Mahogany highlight and illuminate for you exactly what was going on there, including the words that were on the stand. Their actions tell you everything. Next, we heard from Gail and Brittany Payne, and I guess the irony of their last name, Payne, you could feel it from them, right? You could sense the sense of loss, but also that Jennifer was lost. She was lost, and then she went missing, right? But you could tell from them that always someday they hoped she'd come home. They didn't hope like this, right? And I tell you that because they knew her lifestyle was leading her to hopefully not the potential of this, which it did, but they always hoped she'd come home. But they provided you with the information that you need about the lifestyle that Jennifer was leading. And I can say this, and I don't mean to be crass, but a homeless, addicted prostitute's probably the easiest person to kill on the planet. Probably the easiest human being to kill, homeless, addicted prostitute. Think about it. I would challenge you to think about that. Who else would be easier to kill than that? If they're an addict, why, they're going to be doing things risky to feed their addiction. They're going to have a special hunger. It's not just like I need food and water, right? And if they're a prostitute, if they're homeless, nobody's going to miss them, right? Because they're homeless. They don't live anywhere where people are coming and inspecting them going. And add to that, they're a prostitute. And what does a prostitute do? They have to get in vehicles and go dark places where the police aren't, and they have to expose themselves and take their clothes off and be the most vulnerable human being on the planet. And I say all that to you, as I said, not to be crass and not to be dismissive of it, but to tell you why Jennifer was his perfect victim. She's the easiest person he could find to kill because of who she was. But she was still loved. Her addiction got her and cost her her life. So the point for those witnesses were how easy it was for Sean Finnegan to victimize Jennifer Paxton. And Phyllis Tonkin was next. KPD officer who gave you the time frame, the last person, the last known contact, last time that Jennifer was alive. And well, she was twirling in the streets near the Pine House. You recall that testimony? Police had to be called. But it gives you the time frame. December 23rd was the last time she was seen alive. And maybe there's some solace that the family of Jennifer won't remember this, that they'll remember she was twirling so much in the street the cops had to be called. That might be some solace. I don't know. Maybe they'll remember that. But that gave you the solid date of the last time we've had contact, known living contact with law enforcement or people other than the people who killed her. And then you heard from Rebecca Dishman. Well, life in prison at 22 years old. And I say to you, she got what she deserved. She got what she deserved. And you got a chance to meet her and see her affect and get a sense and a feel for who she is, not only through her, but through other witnesses, on the way she behaves, the way she reacts, and how her processor, her ability to process things like a normal person is lacking. She got memory, right? She can use the words gratification, she can use the words defecation, and she uses them appropriately, but her processing and her problem solving is where Rebecca Dishman got lost in life. But the thing is that I hope that you've come from her testimony and from witnesses, the other witnesses that you are able to conclude, is that Rebecca Dishman's abilities are simple. And they don't allow her to lie. They don't allow her to lie. She says things the way she doesn't get things right because she doesn't process things. She thought COVID was the summer of 2019, for example. But she won't lie about things.
I'm sorry.
She
Vouching for witness. I didn't want you, he's vouching for his witness.
I'll overrule. Go ahead.
You looked at her person and you consider her for what she is. You think about the questions that were asked of her on cross-examination. You're a Satanist, aren't you?
Yes, and I'm a Wiccan too.
I'm a Wiccan too. She offered that up. Yes, my father was a minister, and I dabbled in things in rebellion. She could have lied about that, right? Why would somebody admit that? And why would they want to ask that? Oh, Jennifer's arm, her tattoo on her arm was cut off. The cross was cut off on her tattoo. Oh, it must be a Satanist then. Must have cut the cross off of her shoulder, when in fact Dr. Malusinik tells you, that's freezer burn right there on the shoulder, where her left shoulder was stuck to the freezer, and he cut her out to get her out to hide her under the bed. But Rebecca Dishman's a Satanist. She admitted it because she can't lie about it. Miss Dishman, you're a cutter, aren't you? Yes, I'm a cutter. I used it as a coping mechanism when I was a teenager. Implying the cuts, the stab wounds, the lacerations, everything that was done to Jennifer Paxton must have come from the cutter. But the only cutter that we know of is actually sitting right here, who carved an S in her behind and took a picture and left it on his camera. In evidence. He's the only confirmed cutter you have. And she did cut. And she admitted it. She didn't lie. And as we mentioned about Colt and Mahogany, they came next after Rebecca. We talked about the perceived danger that both Colt and Mahogany, they must have known based on their actions. And that's huge to you as a jury when you think about common sense and think about how this developed, and you think about what the true nature of the relationship between him and Rebecca was. That two neighbors, one who doesn't want to get his nose involved in anything for anybody, he wants to go back to the house, and the other intervene. Take that drastic effort. Think about the effort that you would have to do that for a neighbor. what position would they be in that you would feel that you would have to do that? Borrow somebody's car and run out with garbage bags while grandma's yelling out the window and calling him up. And here he comes from the pint house. Because nobody knew the defendant and Rebecca better than Mahogany. Special bond with Finnegan himself because they enjoyed smoking weed together. Had a lot of laughs, I'm sure. But Mahogany knew based on her actions. And now you know based on her actions about their relationship and who really was the violent one and who really was in danger. The conclusion that you would draw, a real, clear, present, current danger for Rebecca Dishman, meaning this guy was her danger. Headed to get an order of protection to keep him away from her and put her in a women's shelter up in Cobb County or wherever they were going. As far away from here to get Rebecca safe. After the Picos, we heard from Kelsey Coons, the next door neighbor, immediate next door neighbor, and by golly, she got attacked, didn't she? Woo! Probably because she brought two things to you that would damage the defendant. Rebecca actually going and going to her and asking her for relief in the sense that and you think about Kelsey Coons, you're a neighbor, and somebody comes up to you, your neighbor that you barely know, you've talked to a few times, you see him, hey, how you doing, what are you doing, hey. And Kelsey Coons says, she comes over, and she says, I think he's going to kill me. I need help. And remember we talked about earlier how I said that Rebecca Dishman is somebody who's she's got the memory like a computer. She's got the hard drive maybe like a computer, but her processor's like a 280, like a ancient processor. She doesn't process things right and doesn't problem solve right. Rebecca Dishman actually thought, okay, if I'm afraid of this man, he's going to kill me, I can actually just ask a neighbor to borrow her phone to set up a fake Facebook profile to send message to my friends to come pick me up. That was her problem-solving solution. That's how her processor works. Okay, I'm in a dangerous situation. I need to get out. What can I do? You walk down to the Dollar General and call 911. That does not compute to Rebecca Dishman. She does not see it that way. Maybe because of her experience, when you heard from her about from house to house, they kicked me out, they kicked me out, they kicked me out. And think about also how you know they got together in the first place was she reached out to him on Facebook and he came right over and picked her up. Problem solved in her mind. And when you think about that problem-solving method that Rebecca has, it probably can give you a little more insight, common sense-wise, to her mind and what she was thinking when Jennifer Paxton was chained to her bed and he's off to work. This is a problem, but how am I going to get out of it? And I'm enjoying it. That's why you're going to prison for life. And you also could probably expect Kelsey Coons' reaction to that, obviously, with a dysfunctional processing of, okay, you're wanting my phone to create a fake Facebook profile for the purpose of getting somebody to come pick you up because you think your boyfriend's going to kill you? That's usually what 911's for, but sure, honey, here you go. Go ahead. She thought she was exaggerating, right? And that's a normal reaction. A person of normal sensibilities would react that way, and that's why Kelsey reacted that way. but it also gives you insight to why Rebecca Dishman didn't free Jennifer Paxton. Because her processing and her way of thinking about things ain't right. She thinks that she could resolve and get herself out of the situation in the manner that she approached Kelsey Coons with. Kelsey Coons, being a right-minded person, was like, okay, take my phone, okay, delete. When she got her phone back. Little regret there for Kelsey Coons. And the second issue that Kelsey took with us or brought to you was a time frame on when it happened. And boy, did she get beat up on the cross on that. The time frame, and you didn't say blah, 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 and you didn't say blah, 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 and you didn't say this. You didn't give a detail. Well, nobody asked me that detail. Then you find out once you get his statement, and we apologize for the garbly nature of it, you're going to actually have it back there. But then you get his statement, you find out that he says that, yes, that all occurred, but it was Rebecca that did it. Right? So he even admits it's in the living room. The battle is in the living room. He switches places with Rebecca. He says that Rebecca's the one swinging and wielding the bat with the athletic prowess that I'm sure you probably thought of when you looked at her and thought, wow, she's probably pretty nimble. Did you think that at all? I think not. You probably looked at her and saw frumpy, lumpy, weak. And I don't like to be offensive like that, but that's it. When she took the stand, you observed her person, her condition, and conditioning. But she offered, Kelsey Coons gave you that time frame, showed you how it went down, heard everything next door, heard it go upstairs, and then for a week, seems like a week, there's banging, the bed banging on the wall up there. I think they're having rough sex up there. When in reality, it's Jennifer, beaten and bruised. But hopefully, she's got enough dope in her that would kill Dr. Malusinic. So hopefully she's comforted a little bit by the fact that he's feeding her up with his mother's morphine. And then we heard from the Oak Ridge Police. We started with Robert Mansfield, Anderson County Sheriff's Office, Roy Hines, Brian Yook, and Marvell Moore. Oak Ridge Police, Anderson County Police, and these witnesses provided you a timeline for when they first picked up Rebecca here at the Jolly Building, or at the possibly at this building. I don't remember exactly where he said, but nonetheless, that started the wheels turning, getting her into Oak Ridge, Roy Hines interviewing her, followed by Yook going out for observation, and Marvell Moore storming with the SWAT team and the battering ram and the SWAT truck and the officers and everybody convening to go into that house and get Jennifer out. And that police work began and developed, and you got an inside look at that to see how that happened as a jury. And when you think about that testimony, I hope that you can see with your own eyes how things happened for them as police officers. And more specifically, thinking about this fact. The Oak Ridge Police Department had a report that a person had a body in a freezer. A patrol officer responded and left. Inquired of the defendant, and the defendant lied. Confirmation, liar. Right? You heard it on tape. If at that moment, the Oak Ridge Police Department hadn't taken it serious enough to assemble the battery of men and women who charged that house, where would we be? And why? Why do you think they assembled that battalion of people to go over there and go into this house? And I want you to put thought into this and think about, it starts with Robert Mansfield. It starts with him and his conversation with Rebecca Dishman. And then Roy Hines with his conversation with Rebecca Dishman. And Marvell Moore, his conversation with Rebecca Dishman. And none of them went, shh, this one's going to Ridgebrook. We're going to take her to the mental ward over there at Methodist Medical. Right? None of them did that. So I want you to think about their actions based on the words and the perceptions and everything that they perceived when they sat from me to you, from Rebecca Dishman, from us. They sat from her and they heard from her. And did they take it serious? Oh, yeah, they did. Because you heard Mike Ewer, that seemed crazy. A frozen body in a freezer. Be easy to dismiss, right? But they didn't. And that's a testimony to Rebecca Dishman's believability and openness and candor in her disclosures to them. You think about it, if for some reason Rebecca Dishman had somehow his ability to hide secret Jennifer under the bed, toss her under the bed, under sheets and whatnot, if that had worked, and where she'd end up, Solway Bridge, dumped over the Solway Bridge, or Raccoon Valley at the waste management facility somewhere, right? And nothing on her body except an unknown male profile. Hate to be that unknown male profile. But the Oak Ridge Police didn't. They took it seriously because of Rebecca Dishman's disclosure. And just like Colton Mahogany Pico, who took it seriously, they put their trust and faith in what she said. They took it to a judge, and they found what they needed to find. And they brought Jennifer home. Larry Dowdell, the responding KPD officer, he thinks he's breaking up a neighborhood dispute. You heard from him. The first thing that you can conclude common sense wise when you think about Larry Dowdell is what the information you got from Mahogany, that he's a control freak, that he is in control of everything, is the fact that when Larry Dowdell shows up, by golly, there's Sean Finnegan. He raced in from the Pint House. He's back here in Oak Ridge from Merchants Road, cussing out the neighbor, threatening to fight, gonna kill him, says Colt. And there are the police. By golly, he's going to head around and he's going to meet them. He's going to be in control of this situation because he's got a body up in his freezer. And he meets with the Oak Ridge Police, and you heard that interaction. And Sarah Keith started this trial with, "That's bullshit." His words. "Is there a body in your freezer?" No, that's bullshit. Liar. Confirmed liar. You have a confirmed liar in your courtroom. You can prove it. You know it. You heard him on tape say that he didn't have a body in his freezer, and you know it was. Confirmed. Check that. And I want you to think about this too, that if as soon as Larry Dowdell leaves, by golly, Mr. Control gets right into control mode, doesn't he? He heads right back into the apartment, and he goes to that freezer, and he cuts her out, because he knows that the police may be coming back. And what's his plan at this point? His plan is, if they come back, I'm going to need to not have anything in that refrigerator. So he goes so far as to disassemble his bed, and you'll see the photos of it that has to be lifted up. There's a metal mattress underneath. Takes her body out, wraps it in the sheets that you've got in evidence, throws it under the bed, goes and gets the racks for the refrigerator. Burritos and pizzas. Assembles the racks in the freezer. Oh, we need the burritos and pizza. Goes downstairs. Isn't this going to look odd that I got a freezer upstairs and the burritos and I got nothing to cook them up here? Whatever. Pizzas and burritos. Shuts it up. All right, let's wait for the cops. I'll show him this empty freezer. He's hoping they're going to come back, so he can deceive them. So you've got a known liar, and now you know you've got a known deceiver. Two things you've got on him now. So if Larry Dowdell had decided, you know what, a sergeant calls out, Dowdell, why don't you head back there and ask that guy if you can take a look in there after you finish your next call and see if you can, just for giggles, let's go back there. And Dowdell goes back, says, hey, Mr. Finnegan, I'd like to take a look in that freezer. Why, come on in, Officer Dowdell, sure, come on in. Why, look at here, pizzas and burritos. End of case. Send that woman to Ridgebrook, boys. The fridge is empty. Because he was deceiving. Confirmed. And Jennifer Miller, you heard from Jennifer Miller, the Pint House manager, is a great, reliable employee. He shows up to work on time, works hard. Never knew he had a victim in his fridge. But she also says to you that obviously he has access to sharp instruments, and I don't know if you remember the terminology Dr. Malusinik said, but she described it as beautiful. The cut was beautiful, with a very sharp instrument. And her instruments get dull very rapidly, even, because cutting through skin is not easy. Cutting through cartilage not easy. Very sharp instruments like a chef would use. And she tells you, Jennifer Miller, what a coincidence, right before COVID, the baseball bat at the bar goes missing. Who has access to the baseball bat? He does. She also tells you that they used to kid him about having multiple girlfriends. And she knew one of the girlfriends. She said Rebecca, and then Jen had to go. And that was it. You heard from Danny Miller next. He's from Rent-A-Center. He gave you the concrete data when the refrigerator was delivered on the 28th. You heard in the defendant's own words that he didn't know what to do with her body, so he rented a freezer and he stuck her in the freezer. His own words. She's dead by the time he walks into the Rent-A-Center on 12/27. That's why he rented the freezer. And why did he rent a freezer instead of dumping her over the Solway Bridge? Because he's keeping her. He wants to keep her. And he wants to keep her breasts exposed and her face exposed so he can open it up and look at it whenever he wants to jerk off. Because it turns him on. And you heard from Officer Kevin Craig, you heard from Craig, Millsaps, Williams and Hannon, documenting and collecting, investigating, and there's a lot to do about the DNA that's collected, and you heard from John Hannon about crime scenes, and you know, that is common sense, right? It's that a crime scene, that evidence is gonna get lost, it's gonna get over. People are gonna walk and pick it up on their feet, and shell casings get up in people's tires and things of that nature. Crime scene was 8 months old. The murder happened 8 months ago. So processing an 8-month-old crime scene that's been arguably, if you Swiffer it once a week, that 32 times you've Swiffered the living room floor, what kind of evidence are you going to get there? But nonetheless, it doesn't matter because he admitted to you. He admitted to you that he and Rebecca were present. He switches his role. He and Rebecca were present when the beating took place, and it took place in the living room, corroborated by Jennifer Millsap's finding of the victim's blood in the living room. And there's a lot of cross-examination, just looking at Jennifer's final resting place, looking at the wear on the bed rails where she was chained, looking at the locks that he changed for the purpose of keeping the key door locked, and the bags, and the chain itself, and the evidence that they collected. And there's a lot of cross-examination about, there's no male DNA on the chain. Well, he admits chaining her. You heard him tell Mike Ure, I put the chain around her, but Rebecca put the locks on. He admits touching it. 8 months ago, John Hannon came in and gave you a review of the phones. It tells you a lot about the true relationship between the defendant and Rebecca. You're going to read through those texts. They're in the record. We only read one to you. But it will define and tell you how they treat each other, and there is an absolute dominance in this relationship, and he's the dominant one. He's the master. You're going to see from those texts. And also about teaching you about their relationship, that who has photos of them ejaculating on their girlfriend and taking a picture of her face with your ejaculate on it? Who has a phone of you, who has a picture on their phone of your girlfriend after you've defecated on her and taken a picture while she walls around and taken it and left it on your phone? Think about the nature of that relationship. Who's in control of that relationship? Who speaks to their girlfriend with the terms bitch, slut, and whore? Because that's what you're going to see in the text. That's what he calls her. When she calls him master, daddy, and interestingly, Musafa. Or is it Mufasa? I'm sorry, Mufasa. And you may know who Mufasa is, if you know anything about Disney. He's the Lion King. That's who he was in that relationship. And you can learn a lot from their relationship through the images from his phone that John Hannon collected and the Communication between the two, the only communication between the two, because he was in control of not only her phone when she could have a phone and she didn't have one, but he also would tell neighbors when and where they could go and do. When does somebody tell another adult, you're grounded? When does another person define where and when you're going to be communicating on a phone as an adult? He wasn't. You recall Mahogany telling you she was like a mother to Rebecca. Rebecca was childlike, and that's what their relationship was. He was telling her to do what to do like a child because he was her master, and that's exactly who was in control of everything that happened right here. Everything that happened right here was at his control and under his control and direction. And you read those texts, and you'll see. Dr. Darinka Malusinik was the last witness. And as jurors, you're not involved in the criminal justice system, but you may have some role in what you do, where you see the underbelly of society, you see a background where you see cruelty or inhumanity. You may see that. I don't know, but it probably this is a first for you to see how humans can treat each other with such cruelty. And Dr. Malusinik's testimony amplified that and gave that to you. That this woman was tortured. That this death took a while. And of course she said it in the words that she says it. Antemortem, postmortem, premortem, perimortem. And that was the most interesting ones, the perimortem wounds, while she was dying. She was sustaining stab wounds while she was dying. And when you look at those 5 rings around her neck, and you know each one of those, the pressure that would have been taken and the life that she was perceiving was expiring, as Jennifer lay prone, face down, and being pulled up with all his might, him straddling over her between his legs, pulling with a shoestring on her neck. Well, the first one, the second one, the third one, the fourth one, the fifth one. Smoke a cigarette in between, take a break. So the takeaway from Dr. Malusinik isn't just the brutality of what happened to her, because she was brutalized, but to also show you the physicality that would be needed to do this. Who could do this in this case? The defendant or Rebecca Dishman? When you just think about it from its pure physical sense of accomplishing this. And I'll bet you Jennifer Paxson, we talk about Jennifer, she was homeless, right? And I said to you earlier, she's probably the most easiest person to kill on the planet, but what we don't want to discount is that people who live outside tend to be tougher than me, because they tend to be living for themselves and in fights and things of that nature and kind of fending in the kind of animal type kingdom. Not to offend anybody who lives that lifestyle, but there has got to be some toughness to that. So I would say that she could put up a fight until she was so doped up she'd kill Dr. Malusinik with enough morphine in her. Hopefully she didn't feel it. But what Dr. Malusinik did for you is show you blunt force trauma head to toe. You look at the autopsy photographs, bruised everywhere, everywhere. Major head injuries, open injuries on her forehead, right? You can see right down to the bone. Look at the photos. Implied with Finnegan's mama's dope. Stabbed and sliced dozens, not 30, 40 times. Dr. Malusik told you the ligature wounds. In addition to the ligature wounds, he slit her throat. And I talked to you at the beginning of this about a bank robbery, and we talked about how we would make deals, and I said, I'm your public prosecutor. We have to make decisions. And in a case where you have multiple co-defendants, say you got the 5 guys that go into the robbery, we got to do the wheelman, who we going to take, who we going to make a deal with, who we going to put to trial, and who we going to settle. And you think about that in this case. And your district attorney, Dave Clark, made that decision. And that decision was to try Sean Finnegan. And I want you to think about the reverse. Think about if instead Rebecca Dishman were sitting here and Sean Finnegan were the state's witness. You remember Sean Finnegan, the confirmed liar from Larry Dowdell? And also from Mahogany Pico. Remember Mahogany told you about the fridge where she went in, saw the fridge. Hey, what's with the fridge? Oh, the landlord delivered it, but he mistakenly delivered it. We're bringing it back. Second lie. Confirmed liar, right? Confirmed deceiver. Am I going to put him on the stand? To say, I just came home, I worked so hard, and there she was in that state. With Rebecca, with Colt Pico and Mahogany Pico out there going to testify, God, Rebecca was in so much danger, we got her out of Dodge. We were taking her to a women's shelter. And I'm going to put the violent one on the stand for the state and go against her? And the judge is going to tell you, or when he tells you about the law, he's going to explain to you felony murder. And we talked a little bit about that, about felony murder. If you engage in certain types of felonies and somebody dies, that's called felony murder. And kidnapping is one of them. Kidnapping, killing during the commission of a kidnapping is felony murder. And the defendant in his statement confessed to felony murder. He said, my girl hit her with a bat. Even let's take his statement for absolute truth. If we took it for truth, my girl hit her with a bat. I chained her up. Yes, I chained her up. I put the chain around her neck. I didn't know what to do. I was going to nurse her back to health and then free her. And then a killing occurs. He says it doesn't occur in his presence. The judge is going to read you the law. It doesn't have to occur in his presence. If he's part of the kidnapping and puts the chain around her neck, he's guilty of kidnapping, and a killing occurred during that commission of that kidnapping, and he is guilty of felony murder on his own statement. Guilty. Just like all the guys in the bank robbery were guilty. When some trigger man went into the bank and the wheelman stood outside, the same thing. And the defendant, when you look at this and take the bigger approach of what this defendant did, he took a three-pronged approach at you folks. He took a three-pronged approach. His first was to deny, right? The Oak Ridge police come up, they say, what's going on? We think there's a body here. I don't know what you're talking about, but that's bull. No, that's deny. Number one, you know he's a liar, right? Number two, the defendant then heads into the house, mocks up the scene, creates the atmosphere where he's going to try and deceive the Oak Ridge police because he thinks they're coming back. He doesn't know they're coming back with a SWAT team. He thinks they're coming back and he's getting ready to deceive. That's number two. You know he's deceived, right? And so if you know he lied and you know he deceived and he was attempting to deceive in his three-pronged approach, number one, number two, and number three, his statement, deflect. Deflect. Say, do that. right? We call that the Soddy defense, S-O-D-D-I. Some other dude did it. When you get caught red-handed with the blood on your hands, what are you gonna do? Except say some other dude did it. And that's exactly what he did. Wasn't me. Oh, my girl did all that. She's crazy, she's bipolar, she's schizophrenic. Oh, you gotta go talk to her about that. So, when you know he lied and denied, and you know he deceived and deceived, why would you believe when he deflects? That's his third prong, his final hurrah. That's the last thing he can possibly do, to deceive you and avoid any consequence. He was trying to deceive you. And so what it comes down to is he's admitted to felony murder if you believe him. If you believe him, you'll acquit him of all the other charges. It'll be a quick verdict. Just let him go on the rest. But he's admitted to felony murder during a kidnapping. But if you watch and view this case from the common sense approach that you need to look at it from, with Colt Pico and Mahogany Pico and the danger Rebecca Dishman was truly and genuinely in, and you know that based on their actions, you know that he's lying in that number 3. That he was right there, and what Rebecca in her limited way and all whatever she could muster and how she mustered it and how her processor works was able to convey. She watched him kill Jennifer Paxton. And she told you exactly how he did it, that he straddled over her, pulling with all his might, smoke a cigarette. And so when you think about that, and you're going to weigh the deceiver, the known liar, the known staging of this mock scene that he was attempting to get away with it the second time, and the deflector, I didn't do it, she did it, and you weigh who those people are, looking at the texts and reading into the people and the encounter with Kelsey Coombs, and all of that you have, you know who they are. The physicality that was required is Master, Daddy, and Mufasa to do this. Not slut, whore, bitch, who he's crapping on and taking pictures of. And so I would ask you, in that bigger view, when you look, at the totality of this case, and you consider all of the facts and evidence in this case, looking at it logically, without emotion, bias, or prejudice, just like we asked, I'd ask you to render a verdict of guilty on all counts and tell him your third prong approach, prong 3, ain't working on us. Please find him guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, General. What we'll do is we'll take a 10-minute break. So everybody rise, please. We'll call you back in 10 minutes.
Sure you follow me.
Thank you, have a seat. Sir. All right, ready for closing argument?
Yes, sir.
If you don't mind, I'm gonna move over here so I can see.
That'll be fine, Judge. I wasn't sure where to put that.
No, you're fine.
Everybody can see. You know, I'll see that. Okay, great. All right.
Got it.
You all set?
Yes, sir, go.
All right. Well, I told you all at the beginning of this, was probably going to be the hardest thing you had to do, and that it was going to be a lot of fantastic stuff, and a lot of gory things, and a lot of gross things, and a lot of things that are probably outside of our normal life experiences. Mostly outside of my life experiences, and I'm making assumptions that most of this stuff was probably outside of yours too. So what I'd like to do is go through the evidence and take a look at what the state's case is and see if we can't separate out the disgusting nature of all of it from the facts that are supposed to lead you to a conclusion. And that's really what you're here to do. And so when I told you at the beginning that this was an intellectual exercise and not an emotional exercise, I meant it. You have to be able to separate out the ridiculousness of this case. I don't really know any other way to say it. I mean, this is a horrible case. Like I said, there's a reason why there's interest in this outside of Anderson County. You hear body in the freezer, and it's about all you need to hear, right? And people want to hold people accountable for that kind of thing. And so, but it's important that we determine what the elements are. And this is where we're talking about an intellectual exercise versus an emotional exercise. Is just because it's outrageous, just because it seems like anybody involved with this should be hung by their toes, and maybe that's what you feel like. But that's not the law, and that's not what we're here to do. We're asking you to do something much more difficult than that. We're asking you not to jump to conclusions. We're asking you to actually look at what came in through the witness stand and through the evidence, and what does it tell you? Because the state does have to prove each and every element of these crimes to you beyond a reasonable doubt. Each and every element. That means even if there's 4 elements and 3 of those elements are satisfied, but there's one that's not proven beyond a reasonable doubt, that's not guilty. Does everybody understand that? I'm not supposed to, you can't answer me, but. So what I want to do is just talk about who we have involved, okay? And we start with Rebecca Dishman. All right. What do we know about Rebecca Dishman from the witnesses? What do we know about her before she met Sean? We know that she had trouble staying in homes. She would live with multiple different places, and she kept getting kicked out of wherever she lived, and people would wash their hands of her. She testified to that. She never testified about being homeless or anything like that, so she obviously has a skill at being able to find a place to live. She hadn't worked in some time, although she did have a job as a CNA, right? So we know one thing, she moved around a lot. And what's more important about that is that she's kicked out of every place she lives. And if you've ever had anybody that's living with you, or if you've ever had relatives, or you know anybody that does these kind of things, people don't kick sweet, simple girls out of their house. People kick people out of their house because they're a danger or a threat to something in their home, either from stealing from them, or they're harmful, or some reason. People don't kick people out of their house and wash their hands of them because they're sweet, innocent girls. And the state is trying to present her as this mentally handicapped young lady who's sweet and innocent and is somehow a victim, even though they allowed her to plead guilty to first-degree murder and kidnapping and rape. So don't let them base their entire case, which they have, on Rebecca Dishman and the fact that they're trying to tell you that she's incapable of lying. The fact that the DA just stood up here and said that Rebecca Dishman is incapable of lying should give you pause. That's a bold statement to make about their witness, isn't it? I mean, I've heard about bolstering witnesses, but my witness can't lie. Wow. So your first-degree murderer, rapist, kidnapper doesn't have the ability to lie. She can set up fake Facebook accounts and she can carry on conversations and relationships outside of her normal relationship, but she doesn't have the ability to lie. So be careful. That's what I'm saying. The state is overplaying their hand a little bit here. And if they have to overplay, you have to ask yourself why. They've got a body in the freezer. They've got someone who is clearly tortured. I mean, there's no denying that this young lady is the victim here. But that's not what this trial has been about. We haven't really heard that much about Jennifer Paxton. We've mostly heard about how Rebecca Dishman is a victim. So let's talk more about what we know about her before she met Sean Finnegan. She moved around several different places, got kicked out of all of them. Needed a place to stay. Mostly it was with people she called fiancés, right? She's 22 years old. She has 4 or 5 fiancés. She uses the word fiancé because she moves in with every single one of them because they give her a place to live and they feed her. So she moves around a lot. What else do we know about her? She doesn't work. She stays at home. She thinks she called herself a stay-at-home girlfriend, right? So she's a stay-at-home girlfriend. All right. She's lazy. She doesn't want to do anything. She stays at home and she lets other people take care of her. That's her MO. That's what she does. And what makes people want to take care of people? If you're sweet and you're simple and you seem like you need help and somebody take care of you, what did all the witnesses say? She just seemed like someone who needed to be taken care of. That's how she presents herself. Because there's a lot of other things going on in the background, isn't there? There's all these other things happening. She's clearly able to lie and do all these other things, but she presents herself to these people in a certain way to accomplish what she needs. She's incredibly manipulative. And we know this because she's reaching out and trying to carry on a relationship, at least through Facebook or something, on someone else's phone with an ex-boyfriend, Ramsey's. We heard that. Because that's in the text. You'll be able to read it where she sends a text to Sean while he's at work and says, I had a dream about Ramsey's last night. Doesn't that seem like you're just sort of poking at somebody? I had a dream about my ex-fiance last night. That's how she starts the conversation. That's one of the conversations, and he gets angry in their text. Most of the text you'll read are sexual text, and she starts the conversations. And then he's at work and he says, I gotta go, I'm busy. That's really important, who's starting the conversations. Okay? When someone's calling themselves your little girl and baby's little girl, and they want to set it up like it's a servant-master relationship, but dominance and submissive sexually does not equate to life. There are masters of industry and CEOs of giant corporations that pay thousands of dollars to dominatrix to be submissive. So don't conflate the two. Sexual desires and life can be different. And so don't conflate the two. What else do we know about her? So she's into kinky sex, right? Before Sean. She told us that on direct. On direct, maybe cross, I don't remember, but she told us that on the stand. We also know that because she showed up to Sean's house with her own sex toys and butt plugs. I don't know if you know what butt plugs are. I'm not a sex expert. I'm not Dr. Ruth or Dr. Joyce Brothers, and that probably shows my age that I'm using those as references. But I'm pretty sure butt plugs are something you stick in your butt. I'm just going to go out there. But she brought that stuff with her to his house. There's literally nothing about Sean having kinky relationships or anything outside of maybe a prostitute or somebody coming to his house until she shows up. There's nothing in evidence until she shows up. She shows up with those toys. If you look at that picture of her that looks like she's rolling around in feces or something that the DA keeps liking to show you, she took that picture. She took that picture and sent it to Sean. That's why it's on this phone. You can see it from the angle of the shot. So we keep talking about her being sweet and innocent and she can't lie. And what really comes down is who's in control. That's what this whole trial seems to be about, is who's kind of controlling this relationship. And the reason why it matters is because intent is an element. So to convict somebody of first-degree murder, convict somebody of kidnapping or aggravated kidnapping or any of those sort of crimes, you have to find that they intended that it happened that way. And so that's what we're going to dig a little bit deeper into as well. So what else do we know about Miss Dishman? Before she met before she met Sean, she's into Satanism. The state wants to gloss over that, but she comes in and says she's into Satanism and a Wiccan and all these other things. Her dad was a preacher. I understand that teenagers dabbling and all that kind of stuff, but we're dealing with a horrific murder here, with a body that is cut up and sliced, and there is a crucifix that's cut off of her arm. They can say it's sliced out or whatever. That's not, there may have been freezer burn on there, but they can't really, she didn't testify that that body was taken out of that freezer at that point. She didn't know any of that stuff, really. The body could have come in and out of that freezer a couple of times. We don't really know, okay? But we know that the biggest part that was sliced off of her arm is where the tattoo of the crucifix was. There's no other cut like that anywhere on her body. We know she was a cutter. There's tons of little cuts all over this body. So what they want to do is make this Sean's fantasy, right? Hookers are the easiest ones to kill. So this is Sean's fantasy. And I told you at the beginning that it's too easy. You know, who are they going to blame, right? Who are they going to blame? And so that's how you can see that he might be fearful that there's a body, or maybe he couldn't make the right decisions, and maybe he made terrible decisions. But the point is they're trying to switch roles, and I'm trying to switch roles, and that's what we seem to be arguing about here, is who was actually in control of this relationship. We've got Dishman. She moved around. She can't stay in a place, and she's constantly looking for the next place to go and who's going to take care of her. Okay? She's a Satanist. She has a history of kinky sex. She shows up with all her own kinky sex toys. They meet on Facebook. Have no idea what she said to him on Facebook. We know she was a CNA. We know he takes care of his 80-year-old mother who's in hospice care. Maybe she said, I could come live with you and help care and take care of your mother. I don't know. We don't have any of that stuff, do we? Have no idea what that conversation is. Okay, what else do we know about her? Before Sean. I think that's about it. I think that's about all we know about her. So what do we know about Sean before her? I'll put Finnegan up here. Sean lived in the same place for a couple of years. Same place, all right? Same place, same home. Sean worked a full-time job, more than a full-time job. And during the busy times of the year, every day he worked. That's the testimony. Okay, so he worked full-time. He worked at full-time. He took care of his 80-something-year-old mother who's in hospice care and ailing and dying. He's picking up her medicine. He's going to work from 5 in the afternoon till 5 o'clock in the morning, just about every day. That's 12 hours a day, not counting driving from Oak Ridge to Merchants. So 12 to 13 hours a day most days. He's not at that place. He's not at that apartment. But he's got a mother to take care of. So it seems reasonable that he might want a little help. If a girl is there and could stay there, that would be helpful. That would be a reason for her to be there. She's a CNA. But you heard from her that she had an up and down relationship with Miss Francis, and I'm not sure that she really did much of anything around that house, is what it kind of sounds like. But she had the freedom to leave, or stay, or help Miss Francis, or Really, she had all the time in the world to do whatever she wanted to. Of the two people that are involved in this, only one of them had all the time in the world to do whatever they wanted to. And it wasn't Sean Finnegan. Sean Finnegan wasn't there. Sean Finnegan's a simple kind of dude. This is what we know. He has the same home. He takes care of his mother. He has the same job. He shows up. He's on time. He's reliable. He does a good job. He stays after work and hangs out. Seems like a normal guy. That's what the person that worked with him said, right? Didn't say anything negative about him necessarily. Something about having two girlfriends and laughing around and joking around, and he mentions a Jen. Well, Jen is not an uncommon name, first of all, so who knows who he was talking about, or if that was what he meant when he said it. I mean, they're trying to make you believe some off-the-cuff remark has something to do with this when it may have absolutely nothing to do with that at all. He was, let's say, he took care of his mom. That's an important thing. Took care of mom. He was a regular at Rent-A-Center. He was a good customer. He paid his bills on time. He was reliable. He showed up every Friday to pay his bills. That's from Rent-A-Center. He rented other stuff. It wasn't uncommon for him to rent things. Okay? So that's the stuff we know about Sean. So these are the two people that we have before they meet. We have Rebecca Dishman. She moved around, couldn't stay in a place. She's obviously burning every bridge. She's burning every bridge. She meets Sean on Facebook, moves in with him in a short amount of time, not to work, but to be taken care of, to be a stay-at-home girlfriend, and I have to assume help with his mother. I have to assume. I don't know. But I think that's kind of what she inferred, even though she said she kind of had an up and down relationship with her. But I would think for Sean it would be comforting to know that there was someone there with your 80-year-old mother who's sleeping at the top of a wooden staircase. It's just a thought, and you have to be away because you have to support everyone, which is what he was doing. So he housed her, he fed her, including several other people who probably stayed and maybe helped with his mother. But that's what we know about them. That's what we know about them from their witnesses, from the state's witnesses. That's what we know about these two people. And we're talking about character here, right? What do we know about from the neighbors? Okay, because they make a big deal. The neighbors choose Rebecca, right? Well, Sean lived there before Rebecca. The neighbors knew him before Rebecca was there. And what did they say? We never had a problem with Sean. They were friends. Nothing weird. Never had a problem. Good neighbor. Pre-Rebecca. Pre-Sean. All right. So they met on Facebook, right? It didn't take long before she moved in. And we talked earlier about how our natural tendency, I think, in power, looking at a power and control in a relationship, my natural tendency is to think, especially in most scenarios, that a man is in charge, especially if there's some kind of I don't know, combative relationship or whatever. We usually think of the man as being bigger and stronger and in charge. Folks, look at the pictures. If you're just talking about the strength, because he brought up strength, that's the only reason I'm bringing this up. At the time, Sean probably weighed 150 pounds. I don't know. That might be in the record, so whatever. So did Rebecca, or maybe more. And she was bigger than she was when she sat in here, and she had purple hair. She looked different than she came in here. So that's another thing you should ask yourself about too, is why would they dress her up like a teenager and sit her up in here with her hair and her glasses and stuff to make her look like she was simple? That's not what she looked like when she was arrested. So then let's jump forward to August 8th, 2020, because that's really where the story begins, right? And we've got this timeline. down here is what I'm gonna use. All right? Back here's November, December. This is 2019. All right? And then we got all the way over here, we got August 8th. I'll go 8/8. I mean 5th, sorry, August 5th. And that's when the story begins. That's when Rebecca Dishman decides she's going to escape, right? But she's not escaping Sean, she's escaping the situation that she created because she's been in control the entire time. The entire time. Sean, what was he supposed to do, honestly, right? If you believe, what his statement was, where that he comes home, or she hits her, or he comes home and she strangled her, what's he supposed to, it is his house. It's in his house. What's he supposed to do? I don't really have a good answer for that, because my thought is that if he called the police, he would be sitting right there, he'd still be sitting right there. He'd still be sitting there. So now, who's the prisoner? Is it the one who is at the house for 12 hours a day with unlocked doors, not chained to anything, no telephone, no GPS monitoring on her, none of this stuff? I mean, who could come and go as she pleases? If she just walked out the door and left, he'd never be able to find her. That's all she had to do. She didn't do any of that. She stayed for 8 months until just a couple of weeks before she left, and she started to set up her escape, didn't she? She goes over to the neighbor, who everything's fine with up to this point. Everything is fine with the neighbors up to this point, and she starts hinting to them, right? She starts hinting to them a couple of weeks before this that Sean's abusive, and she's simple. That's the way she presents herself to them. She's sweet and simple. She's sweet and simple, and she comes over and she borrows her phone and sexts her boyfriend, and then deletes the text so that the neighbor can't see what she's texting on there. Simple. She goes next door to the neighbor she's never spoken to, not friends with, any of that kind of stuff, right? Just to tell her that he's going to kill me, whatever. Can I borrow your phone so I can set up a fake Facebook account to contact my ex-fiance? Simple, right? They're saying that she can't process, so that's the stuff she comes up with. That's called manipulation. That's not called being simple. That's not simple or computation. That is complex computation. She is creating this scenario where she is the victim. She's the victim. She's always the victim. And the state bought it. And so their entire investigation is dependent upon what she told them happened. And that's what we're going to follow now, right? So August 5th, the neighbor decides to get her out of there, right? Today's the day. And I think maybe she let something slip to Mahogany that she didn't mean to. And that started the steamrolling. That's kind of what I think happened. And now she's stuck. And so she's got to go. Or maybe she's been setting up this whole time because she was ready to go. Maybe she had another boyfriend who's had open room. I mean, it could have been as simple as that. She had another place to go. Because on testimony, that's how she ended up with Sean. On testimony, she said, well, he convinced me to move in. And then on the very next line, she said, and I thought I was going to get kicked out of the last place. I thought I was going to get kicked out of the place I was in before. So she needed a place to go. And she found Sean. And she moved in. And his life changed. His life changed. Not hers. Okay, so we got her going to the police, and she starts to tell them the story. And the story is that she's the abuse victim. That's how it starts. She's on her way to a shelter because she's the abuse victim. I haven't seen any pictures of black eyes or bruises or strangle marks on her or any of that kind of stuff. So she's the least bruised up abuse victim I've ever seen in my life who was being threatened to kill. This is another manipulative move. She's controlling the situation. She's controlling the narrative. She knows that when she gets out of the house and she gets to the police. They treat her like a victim because that's what they're supposed to do. She's a female, she's young, she's coming in, she says she has an older boyfriend who abuses her. And we're taught to believe that because we're supposed to. But she was lying. But these officers don't know that. They're doing their job. And so they take her side. And even though she gives multiple stories, even in that first interview, and we talked about it on cross, but even in that first interview, she talks about the body, about the whole thing is different. It happens at a different time of year. She's there for weeks, chained up to the bed. All this torturing is happening, all this stuff. She's making up all this stuff that changes over time as they go through the interview, but they still believe her because she has the inability to lie. Remember, she can't lie. And so she's still in control. She's guiding the investigation, and she knows something about that. She knows that there's a body at Sean's place because he helped cover up the murder she committed. She knows all the details. She knows all the details of the body. She knows all the details of everything on that woman, on Miss Paxton's body, her tattoos, number of kids, all these kind of things. You know why? Because she was there with her 12 to 13 hours a day by herself. The whole time, anytime, whenever she was there. She was the one who was with her. The ME told you that all those injuries, I think the DA asked her, how long would it take to accomplish this? Someone would have to spend a lot of time with them, right? Well, who spent a lot of time with her? Not Sean, he was working. He was working, or picking up his mom's medicine. Or, it's something we haven't talked about is I'm guessing that he probably slept on occasion too. So if he's working 12 or 13 hours a day and he sleeps only 5 or 6 hours a day, it doesn't leave a whole lot of time for him to be controlling Rebecca and setting up all this stuff for this murder that he had absolutely no reason to commit. No reason to commit. He's living his life. The only thing that changed about his life, he's already got girls that come over and have sex with him. That's what we learned, right? He's already got girls that will come over and have sex with him and help him take care of his mother. Even after Rebecca's there, girls come home with him and they have threesomes. And they happen and everybody moves on with their life. That's his life. That's what's going on. We may not agree with the lifestyle or whatever, but that's the lifestyle he was living. That didn't change until she entered the picture. Something that caught me from the DA during opening, I think it was, but they said something like, this is a paraphrase, but Rebecca Dishman was with Sean Finnegan for only a few weeks, and suddenly then there was a dead girl in the apartment. So I'd like to say that now, because I think it sounds different when I say it versus when they say it. Sean Finnegan only knew Rebecca Dishman for 3 to 4 weeks, and suddenly there was a dead body in his apartment. The apartment he'd been living in with his mother for 2 years. She's what changed. She's what changed. So who's in control? The person that goes to work every day? How is he controlling her? That's what I don't understand. How is he controlling her? Well, he doesn't allow her to have a phone. You mean he doesn't pay for her phone? Because the last boyfriend let her other phone that was there, they couldn't start up, let the service go out because he got tired of paying for her phone. So he doesn't allow her to have a phone. They really are stretching to make this servant-master relationship. She sits at home all day doing nothing. He goes out and works and provides for him, his mother, her, maybe even a couple other girls that stop by every once in a while, right? It's easy to point the finger at the 50-year-old white dude over there. It looks kind of creepy, right? It's just really easy to point the finger at it, and she knew that. She knew it when she started. And she's the one who has the reason to do it and has a history of jealousy an overreaction. And we heard about that too. We heard about that too, because what happened after she got arrested? She started a relationship with a corrections officer. And then she sat up here and said she didn't receive any benefits from it. I thought that was the most interesting thing I heard most of the trial. She received no benefits for her relationship with the corrections officer. I mean, other than the time spent with the corrections officer and access to the phone, I suppose, which is also a felony, by the way. And then, to show that she's overreactive in a weird psychotic sort of way, when she finds out that maybe this correctional officer is having some kind of flirtation or relationship with other inmates, she threatens to kill them. She admitted that, didn't she? She threatened to kill people because they were having a relationship, or whatever, perceived relationship, with a corrections officer that she perceived that she was having a relationship with. And her reaction was to threaten to kill them. And the state's position is, well, she didn't do anything about it. She's in jail. But that's what she does. Anyways, okay, so we're back to the 5th. She's setting this up. She's setting up her escape. She's telling a neighbor about some stuff that is just kind of silly and ridiculous. It doesn't even make any sense going over to this neighbor. And then the neighbor's testimony was kind of odd too. But it's about her right now, because that's what this case is about. And she starts feeding this stuff to Mahogany. And I think we get to the point that I think Mahogany and her husband are good people. I think they're good people, and they wanted to, they're just going about their business. And I think Mahogany was duped by her just like everybody else has been duped by her along the way. She's a sweet girl. We just thought she was innocent and sweet, and just didn't think that she thought like other people and stuff. And then you heard her whenever she found out what those texts were. When she actually got to read the text that Rebecca was sending on her phone before she deleted them, she was shocked by them. Because that's not who she thought Rebecca was. Because that's not who Rebecca showed her. And so when she goes to the police, they treat her like victims, which they're supposed to, and she plays that part. And then she starts feeding them details, and strange details, right? So that we've got the fireball bucket. A lot of the stuff's in evidence, and it's going to be back there with it, and it's based on what she testifies to. It's all based on what she says. Every single thing comes from her. Every single thing. So let's go back. Let's go through our witnesses, okay? Let's go through our witnesses. We started out with 911. It's a call from Colt Pico. He's basically just regurgitating what his wife told him, right? I'm taking Rebecca. My wife called me. The neighbor says there's a body in the freezer. Anybody hears that, they're going to freak out, right? So of course he did the right thing and he called 911, and that started that process. That's what the 911. We hear from the family of the actual victim in this case, Jennifer Paxton, who I feel like has kind of gotten lost in this whole thing, because all we were able to talk about is this girl the whole freaking time. But they don't offer anything to the guilt or innocence of this. That's just to show you who the victim is. And so I'll move on from that. Phyllis Tonkin came in. She talks about the missing person. And really all of that is just to show you that she was vulnerable. I mean, that's the point, is to show you that she was vulnerable. She's a prostitute. She's a drug addict. But she chose that life. And that's the part that we kind of get into, is that it was a dangerous life, but she had opportunities to get help and places to live. And she chose to not do that. She chose to be homeless and be a drug addict. And that's not to knock down, I'm not trying to attack a victim here at all. The point of that testimony was to show you that she would be an easy victim. But the truth is that testimony, what it shows is that's how they met. I mean, she's a prostitute and he likes sex. And he's a kitchen guy and late nights, and she's a prostitute that hangs out around that bar, and they met. And it's a business contract, basically, right? It's the oldest profession, I think is what they call it. So again, whether we agree with it or not, that's the facts. That's the facts. And that's how they met. And so she agrees to go home with her bags and stuff, because he's offered her a place to stay. Because he does that. He has a history of doing that. You can stay here. Maybe she'll help with his mom. I don't know. I mean, I have to speculate on some of this stuff, right? Sorry. Okay. So Phyllis Tonkin comes in and she talks about the missing persons report. And that was filed in February. And so it kind of gives you an idea of how lost this girl was, you know, from her family. She's roaming around and nobody really even knows when people are seeing her and stuff, but it takes several months before people realize she's missing. So that missing persons doesn't come until February. Then we hear Rebecca Dishman's testimony, and she's kind of the meat of their whole case. She starts the investigation, and every single step of the investigation is an attempt to confirm what she told them. It's an attempt to confirm what she told them. There's very little attempts to disprove what she said, and every attempt is made to make the evidence fit the story she's telling. And it's kind of confusing. And so I'm still really kind of confused. I still have a lot of questions about when this happened. And we're going to get to that too, because we're going to figure out how they come up with their timeline. Because they created a timeline. And when they create a timeline and when they indict, they have to name the range of dates in which the crimes were committed. And that's part of something you're supposed to consider, is that they are saying that these crimes are committed during a certain range of dates. And they say that it happened before December 31st, 2019. That's the last date on their indictment. So if a kidnapping or a first-degree murder, or if a first-degree murder or a kidnapping happened, for you to convict, for you to find beyond a reasonable doubt that they met their burden and reached all their elements, I think you have to find beyond a reasonable doubt that anything that happened, murder or kidnapping-wise, happened before December 31st, 2019, or it's outside the scope of the dates that they included in their indictment. That's what I'm talking about. This is an intellectual exercise versus an emotional exercise. Because if that's something that they haven't proven, then you have to have a reasonable doubt as to when the thing occurred. You have to. So let's figure out that. We'll get to that in just a minute. But just a brief of how they established their timeline is the freezer. And the freezer was delivered on the 28th of December. So now their timeline is not November through December 31st, it's December 28th is the delivery of the freezer, right? Rebecca Dishman's testimony was that the freezer was there already. That's what Rebecca said. Now, Sean, in his statement, there's like, I didn't know what to do. There was a body, and I got a freezer, and I put it in, or whatever. They're trying to make it sound like there was a body, and so he ordered the freezer to put the body in and stuff. But it's something that is in the middle of that interrogation when they're going after him, and so you need to take it for what it's worth. He pretty much sticks to his guns in that interrogation, where they're thinking he's saying, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I mean, and they're coming after him. They're coming after him. I mean, they're just calling him a liar. They're doing all these things, and he's, look, you can call me a liar, I'm telling you I didn't do it. And he's admitting stuff that he knows he's going to get in trouble for, but he won't admit to those things. Someone did admit to those things, and she took the stand, and her name was Rebecca Dishman. She pled guilty to those things. The girl who can't lie. All right. The first thing she said when she took the stand, they asked something about, are you happy to be here? So I don't even know what they asked, but I heard what she said was, I've been waiting for this moment for 4 years. She's been waiting to grab control again for 4 long years. And she convinced them to go with what she said. And what did she get out of it? She got the rest of her life someone taking care of her. exactly what she was looking for in the first place. The state of Tennessee now is going to house her and feed her, and she doesn't have to get a job, and she could probably have all the kinky sex she wants. I think she might have gotten exactly what she wanted out of this. And she comes in here, and who's in control? Now she gets to come in here, and she gets to play a part in deciding whether he lives or dies. Who's in control? Aunt and uncle kicked her out of the house. She says she moved because she was scared about getting kicked out. That's why she moved in with Sean. She talks about her jobs. She talks about punishments. I remember when they started talking about these punishments, and that was to set up this master-servant relationship, or the punishments. And she says that she got in trouble because she was texting her ex-fiance, and so she got in trouble with Sean, and the punishment was he made her have sex with him. Well, I don't even know what to make of that, honestly. Like, you have to read her texts. We haven't read them into the record for you, and we haven't stood here and read them because you should probably read them yourself. But read the text, please. I mean, they tell you a whole lot about how she functions sexually and controls the conversations. And just because someone is submissive in their tone doesn't mean they're not in control. Okay? Just because someone's submissive in their tone does not mean they're not in control when they use that to get what they want. And when you use your sexuality and your sweet to get whatever you want, you're still controlling. And just about everybody that she meets seems to think that. She's this simple, sweet girl who they just convicted of first-degree murder and kidnapping. So you spent 12 hours a day with Miss Paxton sometime in that house. Be careful. Be careful trusting the evidence, because we're going to look at where the source of all this evidence is. And I think what we're going to find is that ultimately the source is right here. Right here. That's the source. All right. So after Jennifer, and I'm sure, okay, she also is talking about she's screaming. She's talking about when Sean's beating her. And she said totally different stuff on the stand, by the way, than she said in any other statement. Sean's beating her with a bat, and she says that Jennifer Paxton is on the ground with, I think she called it a fireplace grate or something, and is protecting herself with the fireplace grate. And so as soon as she said that, I started thinking, well, I'd never heard that before. So we start looking through the pictures, and there's some pictures, and you can see them in there. There's not any real close-ups of it because I don't think anybody had ever heard that before, so they didn't actually take any pictures of it. But the fireplace has a screen over the front of it, and so I can assume that's probably what she's talking about. It doesn't look like it's been hit with a bat. That's all I'm saying. So I think that was just more falsification. She's just making up the story to go along. She also said, talking about, this was a really weird, awkward exchange, when she talks about him forcing her to climax over Jennifer Paxton after she'd been, I guess, assaulted or hit in the head or whatever. Forcing her to climax. I just didn't understand. I can't wrap my head around that. I can't wrap my head around it. I don't even know what she means by it. There is something wrong with her brain. The DA wants to make you think that she's simple or whatever, but that's not what's wrong with her brain. There's something deviant going on in there, and she's somehow been able to manipulate this entire process. Don't let her do it. Don't let her do it. All right. They were both smoking while this took place, evidently. Then she says that she stayed there because Sean went to work, so she stayed there and laid next to her on the bed and checked her pulse all night. Remember testifying about that? She laid there beside her all night to check her pulse to make sure she was still alive. Does anybody believe that? If so, that might be the sickest thing I've heard. So she's cool with just laying there beside her, and she is observing. She's observing. She's the one who's there with Miss Paxton. She's the one who causes all this stuff and is observing it. She's got the time to do it. She's the one who cuts. She's the Satanist. She's all of these things that he is not. Who's in control? Mahogany testified, well, Dishman first testifies that she goes over, talks about Mahogany saw bruises on my eyes and my glasses were broken. So that story is very consistent, right? A bruise on my eye and glasses are broken. And that kind of starts this thing. And I asked Mahogany, did you see it? Where did you get that information? Rebecca Dishman. How does she know that Sean caused that? Rebecca Dishman. Okay, we heard from Kelly Coons. That's the neighbor who said she heard a noise, that it sounded like a fight that moved from the living room to the kitchen and then up the stairs and all this. And I did cross her a little bit hard because I'm trying to figure out what she actually heard, because that's not the stuff that she said in her statement. And I understand that people don't want to be involved, and maybe the first time you're interviewed you don't give all these details, but to then come in here 4 years later and give those type of details, to me it just seems a little bit like you might want to convict somebody, or you've been coached a little bit, or this is what you think you're supposed to say to help out the prosecution or whatever. I'm not claiming she's lying, I'm not claiming she's making stuff up, I'm just saying that's different than what she said before. And then if you think about what she actually said. She said she heard what sounded like a fight and a commotion. She didn't hear any screaming or anything. She didn't say anything about screaming or any of that kind of stuff. It sounded like a fight, commotion, and then headboard banging like rough sex upstairs in the bedroom, which of course would not be next to any of her walls. It would be above her roof. But I could see how you might still hear that down the wall. I'm not going to suggest that she wouldn't hear that. But those are a lot of details for something. Those are a lot of details for 4 years later. And the one detail that's left out is when. I mean, she says around Christmas is when she heard that. She remembered it was around Christmas. And the reason she knows it was around Christmas is because her tree was up. That's how she knows that day. And she also testified that she keeps her trees up for at least 2 weeks into January, sometimes the entire month of January. So now we have our timeline, don't we? We have the freezer delivered on the 28th. Sean wasn't there. We heard that from the Rent-A-Center guy, right? Because he was at work. So he wouldn't have been home till the 29th. So he could have come home. The earliest he could have come home to Jennifer Paxton is the 29th now, right? The earliest. Based on Dishman's statement, who we're supposed to believe because she can't lie. Right? So now it's the 29th at the earliest. And it could go anywhere to the end of January. Second week of January, third or fourth week of January. Way outside, at least 2 or 3 weeks outside, past the date that they said that these crimes took place. That's an issue for them. It's an issue. And I'm certain that it feels like it's one of those technical things that people, you talk about, it's just something technical they go, it's not, it's an element, it's something that they're supposed to prove. And when the state or the government makes an allegation against someone and charges them with a crime, we hold them to a higher standard because they're making serious allegations. And the people who make serious allegations like this are well trained in how to do it. And so when they don't cross their T's and they don't dot their I's, or they make a mistake on the date range, or they make a mistake on what they're charging, or they overcharge, or they do these different things, we have to call them on it. And we have to hold them responsible. That's how we make them better. That's how we make the system work. And that's why I say you have to let go of your emotions. In a case like this, it's really hard. I'm going to keep saying it because it's hard for us. I mean, attorneys go home and cry at night sometimes too. And sometimes we're cold about stuff, but it's the truth because we're in here doing this crap all the time. All right? So you've got to look at the facts. You've got to look at the facts. You've got to separate yourself out from the disgustingness of this. So she doesn't establish anything, right? Because she also didn't say she knew if Sean was even home when she heard that noise. So that could have been something completely different. It may not even be related to this, that noise she heard. If he wasn't there, it could have been Rebecca and his mom arguing and fighting. I mean, it could have been Rebecca and some other boyfriend there fighting. He's gone 12 or 13 hours a day. What the heck she do there? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if she has other relationships. I don't know. I know there's an unknown male on that body. That's weird. I'd like to know who that is. I'd like to know how it got there. Because that's supposed to be a body that was cleaned. I think she said bleached. And they spent a whole lot of time telling us how DNA degrades and how hard it is to find evidence. Which you know is a problem. Whenever the prosecutor's coming in and telling you that you should use your common sense, and which is really code for see it the way we see it, right? You should use your common sense to fill in the gaps because finding evidence is hard. It's just really hard. That's not how this is supposed to work. It doesn't matter that it's hard. It doesn't matter if the scene is old. Those are legitimate excuses of why evidence might not be there. But it doesn't absolve them of the responsibility of presenting you with evidence. And they're asking you just forget that part, just use your common sense. There's a dead girl in a body, it has to be that creepy dude over there. That's what they say when they say use your common sense. Okay? And what I'm telling you is that this is not a common case. These are not common people involved in here. And what I talked to you guys about was perspective. And I talked to you about perspective because I don't want you to use your common sense. The judge is going to tell you you shouldn't throw your common sense out the window, and that's true. But if you think that you can use your common sense to figure out what was going on in the head of these people, I'm going to tell you that that's probably not the right way to look at it. You have to, in some way, put yourself into that situation. You have to figure out intent. Who intended this to happen? Who had motive? Who needed this to happen? Who wanted this to happen? Who reacts? Who's jealous? Who's psychotic? Who has a history of not being able to maintain anything and burning bridges, even after they've been charged with crimes, can't stop. Even in jail, can't stop. It's not Sean Finnegan. It's Dishman. All right. So we talked to Colt Pico. He came in and he testified that Sean threatened to kill him. That's not what he said. You heard the conversation with him and the police officer, and that's not what he told the police officer. Sean came over and he told it. I'm sorry. Colt Pico told the police officer that Sean came over and said, "You ruined my life." That's a little different than "I'm going to kill you." But he came in here, and again, I'm not saying he's making stuff up or lying or whatever, but it's been 4 years, and he's a state's witness. So, what do you think his position is on this case? What do you think his position is on this case? I'm pretty sure he believes that he's guilty, so he's going to come in and do whatever he has to do for the state. I think it's subconscious kind of what we do in some ways, but I don't want to say that he came in and lied, because I don't believe that to be true. I think that they're good people. But that's not what he said. He said that Sean came over and said, "You ruined my life." He didn't threaten to kill him, but it sure sounds a lot better when he threatened to kill him, though. And he talked about her black eye and broken glasses, the one incident, right? The one incident they remember where they see her with bruises and stuff is a black eye and broken glasses, and that's what starts this whole thing. He remembers that, and I asked him, how did you see it, or how did you figure that out? Well, no, he was told by Mahogany, he was told by Dishman. Jennifer Miller came in from the Pint House. She filled in the gaps on who Sean Finnegan is, at least as an employee and as a worker. And that's someone who she would have seen quite often and worked with quite often because he was always there. And if anybody's worked in restaurants or bars, I bartended for years. I know Mr. Wallace bartended for years. It's a late night. It's a different lifestyle. You work when everybody else is not working, and you're working when other people are eating. And so when it gets to be 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, when the bar shuts down at 3 o'clock, the employees hang out and have their shift drinks, and they might stay around for another hour or two. So him being there from 5 o'clock in the afternoon to wind down like everybody else does. If you get off at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, maybe you do whatever you need to do to wind down. It's the same way with restaurant workers. It's just at a different time of day. So because of the time of day and the time of morning, there's different types of people involved too, right? In bars and stuff like that. So it is a completely different lifestyle. And if you've lived in that lifestyle, you know what I'm talking about. And if you haven't lived in that lifestyle, I'm hoping that I'm explaining it well enough that it's just a little bit different than a 9-to-5 type of job. It just is. And the folks that are involved in restaurant work are usually fairly free-spirited. It's hard to be a server or bartender. You have to be willing to speak in front of people and get a little crazy on occasion, and so it's just the way it is. And so I just want to let you know that that's where he was living. So he's taking care of his mom, and he lives at the Pint House, right? He lives at home, and he lives at work, and he lives at home, and he lives at work. In between that, he's got to get his mom's medications and go to the doctor and do those other things. And he likes sex. And he's got a routine he does. He's got a simple routine. He goes every Friday and pays his thing. We all have the cousin or the friend in our life that they're not necessarily mentally handicapped. They're not, I wouldn't say special needs or any of that kind of thing. I'm not trying to portray him in any way like the state is trying to portray Rebecca Dishman. I'm not trying to say that about him. But we all have that person in our life that is just kind of simple, just kind of straightforward and simple. And the actions that he's showing right here remind me of that person. And if you could have that kind of person in your life, how easy are they to manipulate? Then we heard from Lieutenant Robert Mansfield. He met with Dishman. The question I had was it was unprompted. She just started telling him these things about the body in the freezer. All this. He didn't ask us. She just started telling him these things. So who's controlling the narrative? Who's controlling the story? She's out of the house. Who's at the house with the body that she left there? Who's imprisoned here? Who can leave? Like I said, what was he supposed to do? If after that happened, the moment Rebecca hit her in the back of the head, or in the head with a bat, or whatever happened there, because I still don't know what happened there. I don't think you guys do either. We still don't know what happened, and that's what we're supposed to be determining, what happened. Most of this trial is about what happened after. Most of it, right? We've got all of the post-mortem injuries and all this kind of stuff in the body in the freezer, and all of the graphic things that we spent most of our week looking at are all things that have to do with what happened after the fact. And that's what I told you at the beginning of this trial that we were going to be doing. But what you're here to do is to determine what led up to that and what happened and when it happened and who did it and who intended for it to happen. Not who got trapped by it. And now they're presenting Rebecca Dishman as the person who's trapped, right? She's under his thumb. He controls her. She's the servant. She's the slut bitch whore or whatever they had up here, right? And he's the master. Mufasa, whatever it is. I mean, they're going all out to paint him as this monster, because it's not hard to do when you have a mannequin filled up with all this stuff and these gross pictures of this body. I mean, it's not hard to paint him as a monster, is it? It's just not hard to do, because it was in his apartment and it was in his house. But he pled not guilty, and under interrogation said, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. He never came off of that. I didn't do it. And so the state wants, now that they're coming off a little bit and saying, even if you just find him guilty of the kidnapping, that's still felony murder and you can still kill him. That's really what they're saying, right? And so if you could just find him guilty of the kidnapping, and even in his statement, maybe that's a felony kidnapping, that's what they're saying, because he admits to chaining her back up. Well, go back and listen to his statement again, okay? Because you have to understand that everything that's said in an interrogation may or may not be absolutely true or correct, because it's a high-pressure, high-stress situation. And false confessions are not, they happen. False confessions do happen because people have a lot of trouble under pressure not admitting to some things. That's just true. These officers are very good at what they do. They're trained to interrogate people, and they're trained to get people to admit to things. And if you're a simple guy who's scared to death, admittedly scared to death, listen to it in that context. That's all I'm asking. Listen to it in that context, and then compare it to what she says, and then compare it to the facts, and see which one makes more sense. Because the thing that makes the most sense to me is, why would I kill her? Why would he kill her? I mean, they didn't present any motive, they just basically are saying, look at him, he must be a serial killer or something, right? I mean, they're basically just setting it up like, she's the easiest type of person for him to kill, I think is what he said. Like he was out there looking for somebody. That's what they're trying to convince you that he was doing. And none of that comes from anywhere except right there. She provides all the facts. All the facts. She provides all the facts. So let's take her at her word that the freezer was delivered before he got home with Jennifer Paxton. And because I think she said it was there for a little while. I think is what her testimony was it was there for a little while. It was like an offhand comment or whatever. If it was there before, which by the way, he ordered it the week of Christmas, between Christmas and New Year's. Anybody ever have extra food the week between Christmas and New Year's? I mean, it's a holiday season and he works in a restaurant, the busiest time of year. There may be some extra food. He might have rented a freezer to put some food in. And the freezer's there, and she killed somebody and he had to do something. Maybe that happened. I don't know, because we don't know what happened. So not knowing what happened, they're asking you to convict him of all of these crimes, and then they're asking you to put him to death. Based on what Rebecca Dishman started and is trying to finish. Who's in control? All right, Larry Dowdle takes the stand. That's the officer that we heard the interview with Mr. Pico, and you hear him say he never had an issue with this man until today. That's a direct quote from the neighbor. Never had an issue with this man until today. Then we heard Brian Yook. I think I'm saying that right. He was just surveillance. He didn't really have a whole lot to offer. Margot Moore was called for service. They did some testing on dog chains and padlocks and all these different things, and there's no scientific evidence that links Sean Finnegan to ever touching Jennifer Paxton. None. Zero. But that chain was touched by Rebecca Dishman and Jennifer Paxton. And we have an unknown male. So what was going on while Sean was gone? is she replacing whoever else was in there with the guy who owns the house, who then got stuck with trying to protect her? Because she's playing everybody. She's playing everybody, including the state, because they hitched their horse to her. They hitched their wagon to her. I mean, she's the horse, probably like one of the horses of the apocalypse, and then they hitched the wagon to her. And now they're trying to take that wagon, they're trying to stick it out in front of her because they don't think horses can push wagons. That's not the way it works. She started it. She started pulling the wagon. She started it. And she started the story. And then every single piece of evidence, every single witness that got up here that you heard from was them trying to support what she said. Trying their best to support what she said. Because she cannot lie. She's too simple. Right? Even though she said multiple things on this stand. They make the deal at the dog chain. There's 2 big dogs at that house. They're like 2 large dogs. There are leashes on the wall. There is a chain that's one of those chains with the spikes. It's like a choke chain, which is, if anybody here has a big dog and leashes, knows that that's what you use to train big dogs on leashes, because if they have any reason to chase a squirrel or something, they will pull you off your feet or out of your chair or any other thing if they're a large enough dog. And so those chains give you just a little bit more control over them. And they act like a sinise. Does anybody know? A sinise is like in the Da Vinci Code, where he wraps the thing around and he tightens it across his leg to give himself pain. They work kind of like that, but without cutting into the dog. And so they just kind of pinch in. If a human wore it, it would leave marks all the way around. But they had big dogs. There was a dog collar there. She knows what's in that house, and that's part of the problem, is that she's filling in these little details that seem good, and so they start collecting all these evidence. And that's where I started to go a minute ago, and I got sidetracked. But the fireball bucket she talks about using for Jennifer Paxton to use the bathroom in, and so they collected the fireball bucket, and there's no evidence that that was actually used for that. But the person who's telling the story knew it was there. So it sure seems like it corroborates her story, right? And she knew the chains and the locks were there. And so it corroborates her story. And there's these little things, but they come from her. And then when they test those items, it doesn't support her story. They're just there. They're just there. But those are enough details to make it sound somewhat believable, because she knows what's in the house. She spends her whole life there. She stays there 24 hours a day. She knows what's there and where it is. We heard from Tatiana Cochran from the forensic. They checked for bodily fluids and other biological matter. We talked about the swabs. They checked the blood and all these kind of things. And the only blood and DNA they found from Sean Finnegan and whatever was on the inside closet door by the kitchen, which would be a natural place for there's tools and stuff in there, like somebody cut their hand or something, but it's nothing to do with any of this. It's on the inside door of the kitchen in his house. It's not odd, and it doesn't mean anything. But her DNA is on some of the material that she described as being involved with Jennifer Paxton. And how did she know that? Because she did it. Because she had the opportunity to do it. And she's the only one who had the opportunity and the time to do it. And she trapped him. She trapped him. Because what's he supposed to do? He knew he was going to get blamed. He brought a prostitute home to his house and she died. Who's going to get blamed? Plus, Rebecca could leave anytime she wanted to. She was free. She could have just disappeared, and she wouldn't have been involved in this at all. Probably would have never heard her story. Probably would have none of it. But she could have just walked right out the door. But she didn't do that. You know why? Because she had control over him, and he provided her a house, food, all of the things that she needed. And she didn't want to give that up until 7 or 8 months passed, and it's time to move on to the next guy. And then she starts her process. She starts her escape process. And she starts feeding people the story of what happened there. And it all came, that's the source. That's the source. We talked about garbage in, garbage out. If you're going to be analyzing and trying to synthesize facts, you have to look at what the source of the fact is. What's the source of the fact? Because if you're analyzing garbage, your result is garbage. Right? So let's think about where these facts come from. We're going to keep going. So far, I haven't seen anything that points to Sean Finnegan that didn't come from her mouth. So far, we've gotten this far through the trial. There's not a single thing that points to Sean Finnegan intending to kidnap anybody, intending to kill anybody. Nothing, except for what comes out of her mouth. Jennifer Millsaps testified that she tested the chain and the knives, that they also retested the knives. So they found Sean's chef's knives. We keep talking about chef's knives, like they're pointing to. My favorite thing is that the slice with the tattoo, the slice over here, is that when they say, well, it must have been a chef knife because it was a super sharp knife, like a chef's knife is some super fancy item. I mean, there are expensive chef's knives, but you probably have a sharp knife in your kitchen too. It's just a butcher knife. And if you sharpen your knives, they will be sharp also. A chef's knife, it might be a little bit better balanced. It might be maybe made from a little bit different material, but they're just knives. And you can sharpen them just like anybody can sharpen any other knife. So that's a red herring. And the reason why we know that is because they tested his knives and there's not even any blood on it. And they didn't even, the knives were given, they didn't even take the knives when they first searched the place. They were in the cabinet in the house. We need to hold them to a little bit higher standard, guys. I mean, they're supposed to produce evidence for you. And instead, what they've come in and they've tried to do this shock and awe campaign. Gross pictures, body in the freezer, this guy needs to rot, he's a part of this whole thing, look how gross it is, this is disgusting, here's some gross sex stuff, she must be an idiot, right? And that's their case. And use your common sense, because finding evidence is hard. All right. They didn't test the padlocks. They didn't do any DNA on the padlocks. They didn't test any of that stuff. We don't have any of the Facebook communications that when they met or any of that kind of stuff, so we don't know what those conversations were. Let's see. John Hannon testified just kind of briefly about what was going on at the house. There wasn't a whole lot there. Danny Miller from Rent-A-Center testified, and he basically confirmed that Sean was a regular at Rent-A-Center. He regularly rented different things. He might have even rented freezers before. I don't know. We don't have any records of that, do we? That'd be helpful. It'd be good to know. But what he confirmed was responsible dude. Responsible guy. Normal. That's what he confirmed. Then we got to Dr. Malusnik. And we still call her Dr. Malusnik, but it's Malusnik Polchin. She did marry a long time ago, and we still call her Dr. Malusnik. But she testifies about the injuries. She has no idea what happened there. So her job is to come in and just try to explain what caused these different things. And she's a very smart lady. And she does a wonderful job of explaining those things. And there's no denying the injuries. I mean, clearly torture, right? And clearly a murder. No one's arguing any of those things. But the things that she couldn't say, and the things that are difficult to say because of the frozen body for whatever reason, but she can't tell you how long body was before it was frozen, really. She could give sort of a decomposition, maybe 4 days even, 2 to 4 days, I think. Freezing the body stops that. She can't tell you if the body was taken in or out of and put back in the freezer however many times. So when they say that there's freezer burn and it's cut out here, whatever, they're suggesting that he quickly sliced her out of a freezer, did all that stuff, and got her under the bed and all that. That's where that cut came from, but there's no proof of that at all. That could have been any time during that 8 or 9 months, and she could have been put back in. I mean, it could have been any time. So that's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt that that's even when that happened. But they're trying to use that to kind of chef's knife all of those things about those injuries. But the person that was at home with the body in the freezer, I assume, observing it, maybe taking it out and looking at it, or making all those little cuts because she's a cutter and she's a Satanist and she's into this kind of stuff and she's a deviant and she clearly burns bridges and she reacts poorly to things and testified that she fought Sean, she hit back, she punched and stuff too. I mean, that's not an abuse victim. I've been around abuse victims. Abuse victims usually aren't fighters. Generally. And so Dr. Malusnik-Polchin goes through the autopsy report, but she didn't perform the autopsy. So she's given an opinion, and she is an expert, and I will take her opinion on what those injuries are and all of those things, but she's not the one who performed the autopsy, and she really can't tell you anything about when it happened or who did it. Or really how. I mean, she can say this was a sharp force or blunt force, but the most that MEs can ever say is, well, that was maybe consistent with this or maybe consistent with that, and it usually means it's consistent with other things too. So the point of that is that great job, absolutely necessary to explain all the injuries and all of the torture and all of the things that happened to Miss Paxton, absolutely necessary, but did absolutely nothing to prove whether or not Sean Finnegan is guilty or not. It did nothing to do that other than to allow them to say he's got chef knives. And so it would be hard to cut frozen skin and stuff, which that was the best thing she said, honestly, was it was really hard to cut through frozen skin, but somebody did it, right? I mean, it was done. So it doesn't matter if it's hard or not, it was done. But she was saying that because they're trying to play this strength battle. It had to be a man with a sharp knife, because it's got to be a man with a sharp knife. It can't be the sweet girl who doesn't ever do anything and is too innocent to lie. All right. Then we heard Sean's statement. And he's scared. He doesn't hide it. He's scared. I didn't know what to do. I was scared. What was I supposed to do? And that's what he keeps asking. And he says, I'm scared. And then he admits some things. He helped her. He helped her cover it up. But who held control? What was he supposed to do? What do you think she would have done? Because when they're talking to him like he's scared, it's almost like he's scared he's going to get beat up or something. That's not what he's scared of. He's scared of going to jail for something he didn't do. He's scared of being blamed for something that is brutal. Because he opened his door to this girl. Before he opened his door to this girl, the inside of that house was his and his elderly mother's and his 2 dogs who lived a regular life. And so they want to gloss over the Satanism, and they want to gloss over her prior, what she was before and what she was after. They want to gloss over her actions like she's the innocent. And that's a contradiction that I'm having trouble wrapping my head around. How can you let a mentally handicapped girl plead guilty first-degree murder. They don't believe he's mentally handicapped. So that means they're trying to pull the wool over your eyes, I suppose. I don't know. I don't really think that. I don't think they're trying to pull the wool over. I think they believe her. And that bothers me more. Because I think they believe her. And she's given absolutely zero reason to be believed. Zero. And if you don't believe her, you can't find him guilty. Because she's the source of all their facts. She's the source of all of them. Including who intended what, who did what. If he's opening up that freezer and masturbating to this body and all this kind of stuff, they didn't find any of his DNA anywhere near the freezer or the body or any of that kind of stuff. Hold on a second. I'll just walk over here for a second. John, can you stand up for a second? This criminal mastermind, sit down, please. That criminal mastermind right there. He could work a full-time job, he could take care of his mom, he could take care of his girlfriend, and he could take care of his dogs, and he could do all the things that he needed to do, and he can plan a murder, and he can pick up a hooker, and he can do all these things, and he can torture this girl for hours and hours and hours and hours, even though he's not there, and he can control Rebecca Dishman without having a leash, without having any chains, without having a GPS monitor, without having a cell phone to even call her on, without having any of those things, but somehow he's under control of her while he's working. That's what you have to believe. He's in control somehow. The only person who could not leave that house was in control somehow. Only one person is getting away with something here. And she took the stand. And if you believe any of the things that she said, then you're just being complicit with everybody else who believed all the things that she said. You can't let her control this from the start to the beginning. You can't. And you sure can't let the state kill somebody because she said so. Because that's where we are. That's where we are. I don't think that I asked you guys to do anything other than your job. I think that's all I asked. That's all I'm asking now. And so it's about understanding what your job is. And your job is to make them do their job. Not to use your common sense to fill in the gaps of where they didn't do their job or where they weren't able to do their job. Because that's the other thing, is the way the system works is not because the police are bad or they can't, or they did a terrible job or something. Sometimes there's just not any evidence, and that's just part of the truth. So this is in no way an attack on police or any other thing, but there are certain issues with this investigation. And there's definitely some stuff I wish I had. It would tell me a whole lot of stuff. There's definitely some things that I wish were tested in that house that would tell me an awful lot of stuff. But because they were following the path laid out by Rebecca Dishman, some of the stuff got brushed away because he became the suspect on August 5th. He became the only suspect. She got charged, but she led the investigation first. And he's the one they want. And you heard them stand up and say, look, I'm the public prosecutor, and so I have to make these decisions, right? And he has to make, and he's right. He's the public prosecutor. He's got to make these decisions. And they chose poorly. Because they got duped. Just like she's doing with every single level, every single step. She's still trying to grab control. She's writing him for months after they're in jail, professing her love and take me back and apologizing for lying. That's a strange thing to write to somebody, isn't it? When you're both charged with first-degree murder. I'm sorry for lying. Please take me back. She's still grasping at him. At the same time, writing Ramsey's? Where was Ramsey's? Who is Ramsey's? She's communicating with Ramsey's secretly on this Facebook thing. She's setting up fake Facebook things. She's at home by herself 12 or 13 hours a day, all this kind of stuff. Who's Ramsey's? Was he there? There's an unknown male. Did we test any DNA against that fella? I'm just curious. Because it sure seems like maybe somebody else was involved. I don't know. You don't either. And that's the problem. And here we are. So we've been here for a week, and we've seen a lot of disgusting stuff. And the state is going to ask you to find him guilty of all of these intentional crimes. And that's the key word, is intent. Did he intend to bring a hooker to his house for the purposes of kidnapping and killing her? Or did he intend to bring a hooker to his house for the same purpose that he had previously brought hookers to his house, for a threesome with his girlfriend that she requested? Read the text. And then something happened in that house, and he couldn't get out. Talk about trying to calculate or having processing problems. What if you came down out of the shower and your girlfriend had just knocked somebody over the head with a bat? And it was a hooker that you brought home. Process that one. Process it. What do you do when you're a 50-year-old man, she's a 22-year-old? What do you do? Somebody had trouble processing. It wasn't her. She processes just fine. And she saved her own life, didn't she? She sure did. By coming in here and trying to kill him. She's pretty good at it. You may not like it, but you got to find him not guilty on those intentional crimes. Find him guilty of what he admitted to. But he didn't intend on anybody dying, and he sure didn't intend on kidnapping anybody. He got stuck. He got trapped by the same girl who then trapped the police and the state prosecutor into having to put her on the stand to make their case. Because if they didn't put her on the stand, you wouldn't have any evidence, would you? Except a body in a freezer. You don't have a choice. You have to find him not guilty on the intentional crimes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Anything that says rape, no proof of rape. He's charged with multiple counts of rape. That's straight from her. That's straight from her. That's her testimony, right? That he raped her, or he raped Jennifer Paxton and all that. I didn't hear any evidence of rape, but he's charged with multiple counts of rape. And if there is, it came from her mouth, and that's it, because his DNA is not on anything. Semen's not on anything. No body hairs on anything. Nothing. There's just no evidence. It all comes from her. So at the end, you're going to go back and deliberate, and hopefully not chastise me too much for bringing you guys down here at the end. But you got to do your job. I mean, and it's a hard job, and you have to separate your emotion. And it's the most difficult thing in the world, and I know I'm asking you to do almost the impossible. But I'm asking you to do it, because I'm telling you that it's what your duty is. We all have a duty. We all took oaths, and we came in here to do justice, and we came in here to do justice under the rules, and according to the rules, and those rules are in place for a reason. And even if it makes your stomach turn to think about it, sometimes we still have to live by those rules, because those rules apply beyond this case. Do your job. They didn't prove it. They just didn't. There's just not any evidence, except for Rebecca Dishman. You got to find him not guilty. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. What we'll do is we'll take a 15-minute break and come back for the state's final closing. 15 minutes. All rise.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Wait a second.
Because I mean, it's a little late. If you want to go a little later in the morning so that we can meet with the attorneys early.
Thank you. Have a seat, please. And closed argument from the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to be honest with you, I don't know anything about horses and wagons or the physics involved, but what I do know is somebody getting thrown in front of the bus when I see it. And what we have is Sean Finnegan putting Jennifer Paxton under the bed and putting Rebecca Dishman under the bus. Ladies and gentlemen, there is zero doubt that what Sean Finnegan and Rebecca Dishman did was reprehensible. The state has said that the entire time. You heard General Allen say on his closing that Rebecca got what she deserved. She pleaded guilty. She's serving a life sentence. She is not an innocent victim in this. She was engaged. She was into kinky, weird sex. But that does not mean that she had the same level of control. But the fact is, they're both in for a penny, in for a pound. What the two of them did together is kidnap, rape, beat with a bat, hold hostage, and murder Jennifer Paxton. Her corpse was abused. She was frozen and kept in their bedroom for 8 months. That's not in dispute. And the state isn't just relying on Rebecca Dishman for that. The state's case is not in total from Rebecca Dishman. The state's case started with Rebecca Dishman. We would not know that Jennifer Paxton's lifeless remains were in Sean Finnegan's bedroom freezer had she not come forward. And when she came forward, she has no way to know what the repercussions of that confession is going to be. She doesn't know what the ultimate outcome of that will be. But boy, she turned on that faucet and she couldn't stop talking. What's her motivation for telling Mahogany about this? If she's just trying to get out like she does, she's a leaver and she's a clinger. If she's just trying to get out, mission accomplished. You don't have to get past my broken glasses, my black eyes, my abuse. She gets you out somewhere else. If you're going to Ramsey's, if you're going to another boyfriend, if you're going wherever, mission accomplished. You've got her up at this Campbell County, Claiborne County shelter, wherever. She's out. She never has to speak about it again. She can go live her life. She doesn't benefit when she says, Mahogany, I got to tell you something. and she goes through that story dump. And then she has to go, tries to tell the people at the jail where they're going to try to get to the shelter, and they send her someplace. And so she gets to Anderson County, and they tell her she's got to go to Oak Ridge, and they take her there. And she had told Kelsey Norwood Coons, the neighbor, and didn't get the help. But she tells Mahogany and is trying to get the help. The hoop she has to jump through to get someone to act on this story is substantial. But she keeps telling that story. There's been a lot about how her story is different or this or that, but that's not the proof and evidence. She sat on the stand and she told you that, yeah, she was involved in this. And she gave you the information about Sean Finnegan and his involvement in that. But that's not where it stops. Again, that's where that started. There's investigation done that corroborates her version of the events. They didn't just hear that and then go rest. They did investigation. And it's really important to say, well, gosh, she's a bad source, garbage in, garbage out. The information she gave, there's a body in the freezer, turns out to be very, very true. Sean Finnegan's statement corroborates her. So we're not just going on her statement, we're going on his statement. She says he got the freezer, he brought it home, he put her in. What does he say? I got the freezer. I brought her home from the pint house. We had sex. I put her in the freezer. I took her out of the freezer. He knows the cops are coming, so he takes her out. So what we have for Mr. Finnegan is a selective sort of response. Decoy, deceive, deny. Where Rebecca Dishman is a fire hydrant of information and just putting it all out there. If it incriminates her, she's saying, we killed her, we did this, it just keeps flowing. Sean's a little bit open that faucet to where he has to, and if he doesn't have to, that's shut off and deny. So what do we have walking through? She's full confession, and our very initial. Let's go all the way back to Mahogany talking to you about when that freezer arrives. He's like, oh, that was the landlord had it delivered here accidentally. Deception. We get forward to where Colt is calling 911 and saying this guy's screaming at me, and you can listen to that 911 call and hear Colt say he's threatening to kill me. And you hear his reaction on that, and what happens when the officers arrive and say, what's this I hear about a body? Deny. There's no body in a freezer. Deny. Why would somebody say that? That's bullshit. That's all bullshit. Deny. Because he doesn't have to admit that yet. So what's next? They eventually get that search warrant on the house. They look around. What's he been doing in the meantime? Deception. We see that he has rearranged things. He's put the shelves back in. He's moved the pizzas and the burritos. If you look at the pictures from the downstairs refrigerator in the kitchen, you see a nice pizza-sized gap, and you see some burritos next to it. So we know he just took that stuff from the downstairs kitchen freezer and put it in there. We know he's got the body out. It's been very apparent that Francis Finnegan is not in the physical condition to be hauling a body out and put under his bed. He's doing that. He's acknowledging that. He's got to pull her out, and we have evidence that there's freezer burn on that arm and on that ear where she would be stuck there and have to be pulled out. We have that deception that he's doing. When Detective Sergeant Moore, Sergeant at the time, Lieutenant now, asked him when they come in and he's talking to him, I mean, that's weird, man. Why would somebody say something about a body? Deny. Man, I don't know why anybody would say that. He still thinks he's getting away with it. So I want you to look at that video with that interview with Detective Ure, or Captain Ure, excuse me. And I want you to compare and contrast that with Sean Finnegan's manner, demeanor, and statements as described by Colt Pico in the 911 call, and as evidenced by his behavior when Officer Dowdell comes. When Officer Dowdell comes, he is jonesing for a fight. He's like, yeah, I got cocky, he got cocky, what would you do? They're after my girl. Hey, if you've got something to say to her, if there's a problem with her, you come to me. He's even telling the neighbors what they can do about it. He said, I'll fight you in the yard. Who's falling on that? We have the testimony about him telling Mahogany, she's not allowed to come over. She's not allowed to use your phone anymore. And you'll be able to look at all the texts and see where he is forbidding her from going over or coming over and visiting and using Mahogany's phone. This isn't about him not paying the bill. This is about him exerting that control. So you look at the way he's acting until they find that body and he's sitting in interrogation and knows the gig is up. So that faucet's got to open a little bit, just a little. I know you've got the body, so I got to talk about that. But he plays his hand a bit too much there, too. You'll hear on that tape where he says, let me get the quote here so I do not misdo it. Captain Ure says, you love her, you're just trying to protect her. No, you put her under the bus. And he says, well, what do you want me to do? She fucking said something to you guys about all this. So there he is, telling you his motivation for pointing the finger all at Rebecca. And again, Rebecca Dishman is not scot-free in this, but he is up to here involved in this. This is a physical, demanding crime to commit. I am not going to go through the litany of these injuries, but they are substantial. You heard Rebecca say he's choking and then letting go, and then choking and letting go, and choking and letting go. It's a choke, it's a smoke. It's a choke, it's a smoke in repetition until he finally kills her and she dies of that asphyxiation. You saw the bruises on her body. Now let's be real. The whole argument, or a substantial part of the argument from the defense, was how she's a moocher. She goes from place to place. She wants to go to prison because it's somebody taking care of her whole life. She's lazy. She's a stay-at-home girlfriend. Killing somebody takes a lot of initiative. She has not demonstrated that she has the capacity physically or motivationally to do these acts. Is she going to help? Sure. Did she? Yeah. Can Sean do this by himself, Sean Finnegan? Yes. Can Sean Finnegan and Rebecca Dishman do this together? Yes. And we submit to you that that is how that happened. But reasonable likelihood that Rebecca Dishman did this by herself and he's just a bystander to his own home is something that frankly strains credulity. the facts just don't add up for that. And again, we're not just going on what Ms. Dishman said, we're going on Colton Mahogany telling you about the dynamic they witnessed, about them saying he told her what to do. We're going on Kelsey Norwood Coons saying, yes, I heard this altercation, I didn't know what it was. In her mind, she matches it up to Christmas because her Christmas tree's up. So she's saying, hey, it's sometime between Thanksgiving and the first couple of weeks of January. She has no idea this is going to be something that's going to be so important later on. And so that's how she connects that in her mind. You also have the Rent-A-Center receipts and the person who delivered it with the instructions to leave it on the porch, and it's ordered on the 27th and arrives on the 28th. With respect to the defense, I do believe that they misunderstood Ms. Dishman, which is understandable. Her voice was very soft. But I don't believe that she hasn't arrived. I believe she hasn't died when we got the freezer. And so we know that there's this time frame that happened, but we don't just know it from those things and that timeline being set up. Mr. Finnegan says himself, this happened in December. And so if you want to look at the indictment and the charging instrument and see the counts of when it happened, it just has to occur before he's charged in that charging instrument with it and in the dates that we said. It doesn't mean there's something that has to happen on every date of that. It just has to be within those. So if the proof was that she had been killed in October of that year, that would be outside that. The proof was it happened in March of that year, outside that. The proof that the state has presented to you over the past week is that these events occurred in late December of 2019 and were discovered when Rebecca disclosed it in August of 2020. But the proof doesn't stop there. You also have her describing this altercation in the time frame that this murder and beating and raping and kidnapping was occurring, so much so that she was concerned for her child and didn't hear it other times. In addition to that, you have Jennifer Miller, who is saying this baseball bat went missing in this time frame. Folks, there are a lot of folks named Jennifer. That's a very common name. But it's a heck of a thing for the person who has a girl named Jennifer in his freezer to say Jenny had to go. The defense would like for you to take each and all of these facts from all of these witnesses in isolation. But all of these things are happening in the context and time frame together. And each and every one of them point to the guilt of Sean Finnegan. There's been a lot made of the tattoo and cutting out the crucifix because this was satanic. Again, we've been through that was freezer burn. We know she was removed from the freezer. That cut's not like any other cut. That's what they say. Well, no, it's not like any other cut because it's trying to get her out of the freezer. That's why that one is different in contrast to cutting off the nose when he has her open it up and is masturbating to her body in the freezer. That's why that cut's different. It is for a different purpose than his gratification. It is for the deception of hiding that body, which is really hard to do with the body stuck in the freezer. It's also very telling that this was not some ritualistic thing because there's a fully intact cross tattoo remaining on Miss Paxton's leg as evidenced by the pictures from the medical examiner. And we know, and they concede, that Ms. Dishman knew about her tattoos and her life and all of this because she's spending time with her. So if that's something that offends her and she wants to do this as some ritual, she's going to take that one too. But the thing is, that one's still there because there was no ritual cutting on her. It was just a mechanism of getting her out of the freezer. You had Sean, because here's where Mr. Finnegan, shutting off that faucet again. Are you a cutter? Have you cut somebody? No. But we know that's not true because the text messages show where he carved his initial into Ms. Finnegan's buttocks or hip area. That's again an exertion of control. The two were working together. And they are both culpable. And again, she received a sentence for that. But for all the things that we throw under the bus and how she's there, she could have done this, she has the opportunity. We know he has the opportunity to do all that as well because he says so. He says he brings her home to do this. He says he's helping tie her up. He says they have sex. He says that even after she's been beaten and tied up, that Rebecca has sex with her, and then he gets oral sex. Like, he's admitting to all of these things, and oh yeah, he admits that he's got 4 days over which for all of this to happen. After first telling Captain Ewer, it was the next day I came home and she was dead. And then, oh yeah, it was 4. And what else does he say? Well, she was naked, so there wasn't any blood on the clothes. Well, oh yeah, she had on a hoodie. Well, I don't remember what she was wearing. Well, if she was screaming, my mom would have heard her. She was right next door. Well, my mom couldn't hear her. She's really hard of hearing. She couldn't have. Well, we were just tying up the strings. It was just my girl who tied her up. Well, I guess, yeah, I did put the chain around her. I didn't want her to leave. Yeah, we tied her up. I didn't want her to leave after what had happened. That's intentional. Putting the chain around her neck, that's intentional. Engaging in everything that he and Rebecca Dishman engaged in with this victim is intentional. Ms. Dishman should have called the cops. Ms. Dishman should have walked away. Ms. Dishman should have done this or that. What about Sean Finnegan? Who has a car? Who has a phone? Who's leaving and interacting with people every single day? For every opportunity that Ms. Dishman had to potentially report, Mr. Finnegan had that and more. And something to lose. If you come in, what do you do? What do you do if you see somebody hit somebody in your house? You kick them out. You call the cops. If this woman is so scary and she's so dangerous and she had this mental break, you don't keep her with this mother you love. If you're afraid of what she's going to do, you don't keep that homicidal person taking care of your hospice mother if that's the real culprit. That doesn't make any sense at all. What makes sense is the outline that Rebecca Dishman gave to investigators that was corroborated left and right by people who said, we didn't want to get involved. And despite that, they still corroborate the story in different ways. We have given you a ton of evidence in rapid fire. We have tried to be very mindful, it probably doesn't feel like that right now, of your time and the burden of hearing all of this and being in sequestration. But we put this in because we want you to look at it. While it may have felt like a lot coming very quickly, take your time. Go look at those pictures. Go listen to that 911, to the in-car audio, to the interview. Incidentally, on those pictures, you will see a dent on the fireplace grate, right on top of it. You also have Mr. Finnegan changing the lock on the door. More deception, locking his own closet door. He knows what's going on. He is participating in what's going on. He is leading what is going on. Jennifer Paxton had made decisions and choices in her life that had difficult consequences for her and her family before this happened. You heard them say, we tried to get her to come to us. She loved to make people laugh. She loved her kids, and the thing that really caused her to spiral was when she lost them. That's when things got real bad for her. And you hear on that interview with Mr. Finnegan say, yeah, she told me she had kids. So even toward the very end of Miss Paxton's life, even when things were rough and she was prostituting herself and addicted to drugs and homeless, they were still on her mind. She had something to live for if she was ever able to have gotten through this time. But she can't now. There's been talk of his DNA not being on her and an unknown male. Again, it is not disputed that Ms. Paxton was a prostitute. And sometimes you clean things and get it all, and sometimes you don't. It is also undisputed that Sean Finnegan had sex with her. And you don't find the DNA. That is also something that you heard Agent Millsap say is not unusual. You can have contact and not always have the transfer. It's going to be about, the amount of contact, what cleaning was used, there are a million factors that will affect the availability of this. But we have these facts that are not in dispute. He says I had sex with her. He says I put her in and got her out of the freezer. We know he's had contact with her. We know he's touched the chain. He says so. Everything they did was reprehensible. It was murder. It was premeditated. He brought home garbage bags and cleaning solvents. He rented a freezer. They made efforts to conceal. They kidnapped her. They chained her up, beat her up, raped her, and murdered her. Sean Finnegan is guilty of each and every count of this indictment beyond a reasonable doubt. And ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you find him guilty 13 times over of each and every count. Thank you.
Thank you.
So let me tell you what our plan is. Really, I've been working all day with the lawyers on this jury charge thing that I'm going to have to read to you tomorrow about what the law is. And it's about 100 pages long, but I read pretty fast, and you'll get a copy of it. Everybody get a copy of it. So what I need you to do today or tonight, I want you to go back to the hotel. Hopefully have a nice dinner wherever y'all are going. I don't know where that is. Tomorrow, I'd rather you come in at 10:30. That way I can work with the lawyers and make the jury charge perfect. And then when you come in, I'm going to give you the charge immediately, as soon as you walk in the door. And it'll probably take me about an hour, maybe 45 minutes to read that to you. As I said, each one of y'all get a copy. Then I'll draw out the 4 names of the alternates. Then the 12 people will go deliberate on that. And we'll put the other 4 alternates in another room. But that's kind of our plan tomorrow. And then depending on the verdict, then we'll find out if we have other stuff to do or we're finished. So it's kind of up to y'all. Once you get the case, it's your case. and you'll have the opportunity to review the verdict form and fill that out and all those things. But I appreciate you staying till after 6 tonight, but we got it done. So I think that's something we should be proud of, that we've gotten that accomplished. So y'all have a nice evening. I'll see you tomorrow morning at 10:30. All right?
All right.
Y'all take care, please. So council, if y'all will hang on for just a minute and let me see if I've got a copy to give to you. And if not, we'll email it to you tonight. And then if you can be here tomorrow, oh, there it is, okay. Never mind. And I'll see y'all tomorrow. If y'all can be here at 9 tomorrow morning, we can try to go ahead and get this in final form. So we can go ahead and go from there. Anything else I can do for the state? Anything for the defense? Okay. See y'all in the morning at 9 o'clock.
Yes, sir.